other colleagues in the other room are saying we might be a little bit too loud. So if this is good enough, then I think we are fine. So welcome everybody to this capacity development workshop on multidimensional poverty and social protection. We hope you all traveled well and that you have rested and ready to start working. And hopefully you all had a chance to have some tea because we've changed the program a little bit. The hotel asked us to stop for lunch at 12 o'clock. So when we start this session, we are going to go all the way up to 12 without having a coffee break. But the coffee is right in the back there. You can pick it up whenever you need to have a drink. So my name is Mamsa Siyonyi. It's pronounced Mamusa. I am a social affairs officer in the Economic Commission for Africa, which is based in Addis Ababa. I belong to what's called the Gender Poverty and Social Policy Division, and I am the focal point person that will be managing this project with my colleagues. In terms of nationality, I come from just across the Katimamulilo. I am Zambian, so being here in Namibia always, feels like I am home. So maybe to start off, I am thinking we go rounds to introduce ourselves so that our speakers this morning can know whom they are talking to. And I think it will also give my brother some time to catch his breath if we go around, and introduce ourselves. So just quickly, you can tell us your name, your position, and the organization that you are coming from. I can start with you here.
Good morning, colleagues. Standing here is Martha Katingo. I am a private secretary. I am working for the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication, and Social Welfare. So I serve as the Secretary for Social Protection Committee. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Sean Kaimise from Ministry of Gender Equality and Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare. I'm a control administrative officer for social protection services. I'm mainly administering child grant and pension and disability grant. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tanya Lowe. I am from the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture, the Directorate Programs and Quality Assurance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paulina Ikondoka from NTA, responsible for partnership. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Emilia Kambundu from National Planning Commission. I'm sitting under the Department of Regional Sectoral Planning and Policy Coordination. I'm a National Development Advisor, and I'm a focal person for Ministry of Gender in terms of policy issues. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Helen Ricardo from Office of the Prime Minister.
Good morning. I'm Patience Movita from the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare.
Looks like my elders have set the tone here on this table that we only say our names and when we are waiting, and I shall follow. Gloria Kamwe, World Food Program. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christophe Niambo, and I'm with the Resident Coordinator's Office. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Minnie Kanji from UNFPA for Gender Coordination.
My name is Albert Beaver, better known as ARK. I'm working with the Ministry of Gender Equality, and they say you must pause because it's too long. Poverty eradication and social welfare. I'm responsible for the Directorate of Social Protection Services.
Good morning. My name is Lucia Penofina Aces. I'm from the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, the Department of Veterans Affairs in specific, the directorate that deals with social welfare and the payment of grants to our veterans of the liberation struggle.
Good morning. My name is Risco Malogoka. I'm a strategist from National Youth Service.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Helvi Bartholomeus. I'm from the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, Directorate Policy Planning and Research, Division Program Monitoring and Evaluation.
Good morning. My name is Martha Kanyama. I am from the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, Planning Department. I'm sure you have seen my name in your inbox. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lia Lomboju. I am the National Programs Director for SOS Children's Villages, Namibia.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anastasia Chumwandi. I'm with the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, and I'm Chief Development Planner under Resettlement and Data Management. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Speaking is Philemon Awanga, Chief Development Planner, responsible for livelihood support programs under the Division Marginalized Communities in the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Linda Shitenga from Namibia Statistic Agency, responsible for social statistics.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tangeni Beshele, Senior Statistician responsible for surveys within the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. My name is Henok Shaw Amukwa. I'm from Ministry of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation. I'm a Deputy Director for Labor Inspection. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olga, and I'm from the Social Security Commission.
Good morning. I'm Linda Zeviso. I'm the Research and Development Officer at Social Security Commission.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Jacob Yamato, Social Policy Manager with UNICEF. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. My name is Albert Charampo, Minister of Health and the Policy and Planning Directorate. So basically responsible for policy planning and health financing within the ministry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Kufuna. I also work under the Ministry of Gender, Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, and I'm a Deputy Director for the Division of Disability Affairs that deals with disability coordination and creating access of persons with disability to services.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Darosh Hamba. Planning, monitoring, and evaluation at the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Sharma from the Ministry of Finance Public Enterprises, responsible for the
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Festus Abiato. I'm from the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, in the Department of Civil Registration, as a Control Administrative Officer.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Wilbert Nashandi from the Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, coordinating the policy directorate. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Emson Sibanda. I'm the Chief of the National Strategies and Capacity Building Branch at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Lana Zaman, Sustainable Development Officer, also in the UN DESA Division for Sustainable Development Goals, National Capacity Building and Strategies.
Good morning. My name is Eleni Hekuva, National Program Coordinator, Capacity Building, National Youth Council.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We have such rich expertise in the room. It's wonderful to see such a rich mix for this workshop. Let me also take time to get colleagues online to introduce themselves. Unfortunately, life happened, and our main resource person, Monica, couldn't travel. She had issues with her travel, so she is going to join us online. Thanks to technology, I think she will be able to deliver well from where she is. Monica, can you just introduce yourself? I think people can see you on the screen here.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm really sorry not to be there. Travel issues. So my name is Monica Pinilla. I'm a research associate at Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. And I have been working on social protection and multidimensional poverty for several years, and it's a pleasure to be here. I know the Namibia and Namibia's MPI because we work with some of you during 2020 in the pandemic. So I'm happy to be here and be able to join you online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. And with those introductions, I think we can quickly go on to the opening session. And it is my honor and delight to call upon my brother, Mr. David Chipanta, who will speak on behalf of the UN country team here. He is the country director for UN AIDS. You are the first one to speak. Thank you so much.
So, first of all, my sincere apologies to have kept you waiting. I have been in Namibia now for about a year. And one thing that I have noticed is that Namibia, unlike other countries, we are really prompt. If the session says we start at 9 on the dot, we start. So I am really sorry that I kept you waiting. Before I deliver the remarks on behalf of the resident coordinator who could not be here because she is receiving the present for the General Assembly, I just want to introduce myself a little bit more than the title that I currently hold. As Sioni, my sister here said, I also come from across the border. I come from Zambia. I am the UNAIDS director for Namibia. But before that, I served as a senior advisor for social protection with UNAIDS in Geneva. So I worked globally on social protection, including Namibia. But this is the first engagement directly on social protection with Namibia. So I'm really, really excited. And I am also excited because our UNAIDS executive director will be coming to Namibia in 2 weeks' time. And during her visit here, she will meet with some of your ministers. So please reach out to your ministers and provide the relevant information that they may need, specifically the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Poverty, the Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Health, the Finance, the National Planning as well. So please reach out to your heads and see if you can provide some information for them to look at how do we drive the social protection agenda and its linkage with HIV in a sustainable way. So I'm really, really excited to be here. And you'll hear more about our work on social protection and HIV on day 3. So on behalf of the resident coordinator, Ms. Hopolong Fororo, I really would like to welcome you all to this crucial workshop on the progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals and the SDGs. As we gather here, it is important to acknowledge that our journey towards these goals is being significantly impacted by internal and international conflicts and the ongoing economic and energy challenges. Global events have caused historic shocks to the global economy, affecting all regions and erasing many years of progress against poverty. According to the SDG report 2022, an additional 75 to 95 million people have been pushed into extreme poverty. In Africa, this has translated into increased poverty rates and millions more living in extreme deprivation. Despite the introduction of new social protection measures by many countries, these efforts have often been short-term, leaving large numbers of people living in multidimensional poverty and vulnerable situations without adequate support. The rising inflation, particularly in the energy and food sectors, have further eroded household purchasing power, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable segments of our population, including women, children, older persons, informal workers, and the urban poor. In sub-Saharan Africa, staple food prices have seen the sharpest increase since the 2008 global financial crisis, exacerbating food insecurity and undernourishment. In Namibia, while we have seen economic recovery post-pandemic, challenges such as high unemployment, extreme income inequality, and high levels of informality persist. Despite being an upper middle income country, our social protection systems face significant gaps, especially in addressing deep-rooted poverty and inequality. The Namibian Social Protection Policy 2021 to 2030 aligns with global and national priorities to increase coverage and access to social protection services and improve our ability to respond to severe shocks affecting households. Our collective efforts, therefore, must focus on protecting those in vulnerable situations, including older persons, women and girls, children, youth, persons with disability, and other marginalized groups. Adopting official multidimensional poverty measures, like the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, is crucial for creating high-impact policies that address multiple interconnected deprivations and accelerate progress towards the SDGs. Evidence shows that robust social protection policies are essential for mitigating the effects of the triple crisis, promoting health, education, and labor market outcomes, and reducing income inequality. Namibia should be commended for her commitment to keep the investment in social protection and key areas such as education and health. For Namibia to fully harness the potential for social protection, we must strengthen the evidence base of its impact and design inclusive schemes that address the multiple dimensions of poverty, food insecurity, and inequality. I am proud of the collaborative efforts between the Namibian government and partners to promote social protection. The first step was the development and launch of Namibia's first social protection policy in March 2022, which is a testament to the government commitment to eradicating poverty reducing inequality, and upholding the dignity of all people. Key will be continued joint work with UN and development partners to implement the policy. Another important initiative is the Global Accelerator on Job Creation and Social Protection for Just Transition that the UN is working together with the government. As we move forward, it is imperative to continue building the capacity of our country to establish effective, robust, sustainable, gender-sensitive, and crisis-responsive social protection policies and programs. Let us together ensure that no one is left behind in our quest for sustainable development and a more equitable world. In this context, the new 2015 to 2029 UN cooperative framework will focus on reducing inequality and empowering youth, building upon social protection as a key element in the result area for human development and community resilience. I thank you for your dedication and commitment to this cause, and I look forward to our fruitful discussion and the positive outcomes of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chipanta, for those good introductory remarks. We appreciate you. The next speaker is Amson Sibanda, who is a chief of section in the Division for Social Development Goals. And he is coming from what is known as the department, is it the Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York. Mr. Sibanda is the project lead, for this work. He is the one that has been leading us in the design and will also lead implementation of the project. So if at all anything goes wrong, you know the person to blame. He's just about to speak to you now. Amson.
Thank you, Mamusa, but I always blame you. Good morning, colleagues. I don't know, I think some of you, we might have interacted one way or the other on email. I don't know whether I met any of you in Rwanda about a year or so ago. We have been supporting Namibia, I think, since the COVID times. We had a lot of virtual workshops where we managed to put various colleagues from the National Planning Commission and other line ministries. We took them out of Binduk, we put them in some hotels in those times to build some capacities. And then when COVID was out of the way, we sent a delegation of about 20 to Rwanda, mostly from the National Planning Commission, as well as various line ministries to go and learn about Rwanda's experience. They came back, and last month, I think we sent a delegation again from Namibia to South Korea. These are the people who are involved in the National Development Plan. They went there for a benchmarking exercise. So I've been supporting Namibia now for the last 4 years, but I never met any of you in person until I came here now for the first time. So it's good to be in Swakop, but I always tell friends that I'm from Hobabis, although I'm from Zimbabwe. That's because one of my best friends is from Hobabis. All right, thank you. Mr. Wilband Nashandi, who is the Director, Planning and Research in the Ministry of Gender, Equality, Poverty, Eradication, and Social Welfare. Mr. David Chipanta from UNAIDS, but representing Ms. Opalang, who is the UN Resident Coordinator. My UN colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here this morning to address this important gathering, which gives us a unique opportunity to strengthen our efforts to ensure that the most at risk of poverty and exclusion gain access to the opportunities and resources that lift them out of poverty and prevent them from falling back into poverty during times of crisis. On behalf of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and our partner, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the Ministry of Gender, Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare for their leadership in convening this capacity development workshop, a clear demonstration of Namibia's commitment to identify, reach out to, and expand its social protection coverage to those left behind. May I also take this opportunity to thank all of you experts. We have taken the time to travel, yes, about 3-4 hours to come from Windhoek to here to join us, as well as those who will be joining us virtually to attend and actively participate in this workshop. Underlying this commitment is your recognition that social protection is a human right. It can be a powerful tool in the battle against poverty, exclusion, and inequality. We are also most grateful to our partners from the UN family and the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, who work closely with us to deliver on the mandate of promoting inclusive, sustainable development. Colleagues, we appreciate you for making a strong commitment to pull UN resources and capacities together and develop integrated solutions to support all the ministries present here today. Of particular note, this workshop builds on the work the UN country team that is ably led by the Resident Coordinator's Office has been undertaking in Namibia. This includes the collaboration between the National Statistical Agency, UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, and other UN agencies that resulted in the preparation of Namibia's first Multidimensional Poverty Index report in 2021. This work received technical support from Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, and I'm happy that one of the key resource persons will be conducting this workshop with us today. Distinguished experts, progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is being adversely impacted by the gaps in the coverage, comprehensiveness, and adequacy of social protection systems against the cost of living crisis triggered by the multiple crises of finance, food, and climate change. With this triple crisis, we have seen the benefits and shortfalls of existing social policies and mechanisms. The COVID-19 pandemic alone revealed assistance that aimed to be generous and universal, but proved to be costly, not targeted, and those who needed it the most did not get enough. It reminded us how social protection and social inclusion policies must be designed to address the underlying historical and new drivers of exclusion, including prejudices, legal and policy frameworks, and how institutions are set up and deliver services. And given Namibia's history, we all know the importance of exclusion and apartheid era policies. Many countries also face a challenge of meeting the needs of the informal sector, where delivery systems were often unable to reach the informal workers who are not registered in social protection systems. Today, the multiple intertwined crises we are currently facing have shown us that it is more critical than ever to make sure that everyone has access to social protection when they need it. While this response is unprecedented, it requires many innovations, especially with regard to the development of digital delivery platforms that would ensure inclusion and equitable access. Furthermore, shocks are likely to become more prevalent as longer-term global trends like the evolving nature of work, demographic changes, climate change and conflict, and fragility reshape economies and societies. As you well know, Namibia is one of the most comprehensive social protection systems in Africa. However, challenges of high unemployment, extreme income inequality, high levels of informality continue to persist. Like other countries in Southern Africa, Namibia is also suffering the adverse effects of persistent drought. It was within this context that the late president, our beloved Hage Geingob, requested the United Nations Secretary General last year, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to designate Namibia as a pathfinder country for the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. This initiative signals the UN system's collective response to addressing the multiple challenges that threaten to erase development progress. As a response to this clarion call, and in line with the aspirations of our common agenda designed to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, our department, UNDESA, the Economic Commission for Africa, as well as the Economic Commission for Asia and the Pacific, developed a 3-year project to provide support to strengthen capacity for evidence-based social protection policies for responding to the triple global crisis in fuel, food, and finance in 6 countries in Africa and Asia and the Pacific regions, namely Cambodia, Maldives, Namibia, Senegal, Tanzania, and Zambia. I'll speak more about these countries later. In the next session, you'll also hear more about the objectives and strategy of this project that will build upon the existing good work and offer support to the Namibian government through several areas. First, filling research gaps to generate evidence that will inform scaling up of interventions to reach vulnerable and excluded populations, training and strengthening national capacities to accelerate development of inclusive and gender-responsive social protection systems and national development plans, developing local capacities to use the Multidimensional Poverty Index as an analytical tool to identify the most vulnerable people, show aspects in which they are deprived, and target resources and design policies more effectively. And lastly, facilitating knowledge sharing across regions. This will be done through regional training exchanges, enabling countries to draw insights and lessons from successful practices in Africa and Asia and the Pacific regions. This work is timely. We are at a defining moment for concrete actions to scale up implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and extend social protection to the 4 billion people across the globe waiting on the promise for universal coverage. In a world of competing demands, it is important that we continue to be passionate and make a strong evidence-based case for a social protection system that is well-resourced to forge a broad-based and durable escape from poverty, resilience against shocks, and the transition to sustainable economies and societies. This requires that we strengthen collaboration among all stakeholders to take advantage of potential synergies and competitive advantages, including all of you present here, the UN system, regional organizations, multilateral agencies, and civil society. From the UN side, we are committed to work better with member states and avoid fragmentation of our support. Our collaboration in this project workshop is a demonstration of our strong resolve to deliver as one United Nations. In conclusion, I would like you to consider the following persons as you deliberate over the next 2.5 days. What do we need to know about social protection systems in Namibia and the impact of the triple crisis to inspire diligent actions and enhance focus on population groups and vulnerable populations at greatest risk of being left behind? What will it take to leverage new resources to establish and scale up universal and comprehensive social protection between now and 2030? And lastly, what innovative approaches and good practices could we document in Namibia to stimulate peer learning and inform social protection policy in other countries? I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sibanda. And lastly, but not the least, let me call upon the Assistant Director, Mr. Wilbert Nashanzi, the ministry, that is anchoring this work for Namibia. So here you are, sir. You want to use this one? I was shown how to. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mamosa. Mamsa, for the opportunity. Mr. David Chipanta, on behalf of the resident coordinator, I'm informed now it's Dr. Amson Sibanda. Here we use a B for V. You could have been a Sivanda. And your team, dear colleagues, who are critical and has been critical in the social protection space. As you see the full house. Welcome to this very important workshop on the capacity workshop or building workshop on multidimensional poverty and social protection. As you are aware, Namibia has a comprehensive social protection policy. Thanks to you for ensuring that this policy was launched and developed and currently under implementation. I need to assure you that this policy is not a function and mandate of the Ministry of Gender alone, but it's a responsibility of most of you colleagues. As you know, Namibia is faced by a number of challenges as any other country, but maybe on an isolated case, you would have noted that we have experienced persistent drought over an extended period and in more frequency. We also experience high inflation at this point in time, which defeats the purpose of some of our social protection interventions. And we have a relatively high number of unemployment, which therefore then reduce our effectiveness in terms of some social protection interventions that we have as a country. We are aware that this workshop aims to strengthen social protection systems in terms of adequacy and coverage. And that it's going to be done by ensuring that we develop or we adopt a more thorough approach which focuses on multidimensional poverty. I know in the past we've been using the income poverty measure, which demonstrated that there could be certain gaps that then necessitated the multidimensional poverty index measure. The development of multidimensional poverty, as I indicated, requires a multi-dimensional approach, whereby all of us as stakeholders, from the statistics side to the implementers, will need to be involved and be part of the process. It is therefore against this that I call upon you to assist the country in terms of solving the challenges of fragmentation that we have demonstrated in the implementation and development of the social protection policy, the lack of digitalization, which mostly affects our effectiveness in terms of our programs, and also to solve the issues of non-documentations, which is faced by the government in terms of addressing or attempting to address the challenges of related to social protection. We would also note later that we would have, although we have good programs of social protection, we would note that the coverage might be wanting in some of the programs. So we believe that this workshop will devise plans that will then ensure that we address some of the challenges that we are facing as a country, and ensure that we are efficient and effective in the delivery of social protection programs. With these few words, I wish to thank you and wish you a deliberate effective deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nashandi. I think that now brings us to the end of this opening session. We can give our speakers another round of applause for those inspiring words. And I think now we are ready to start delving into the technical aspects of the project. And I will call upon Amson to come and just give you a broad perspective of the project that we are implementing on social protection and the triple crisis. And he will also speak to the objectives of this meeting. And straight from that, he will talk to you about the MPI itself as a tool that we'll be using for this project. We are just trying to get his PPT set up, and then he will go straight into the presentation. So if you need to grab a tea, a coffee right now, I think this is an opportunity for you to do that, and then we'll go straight into the presentation.
Thank you, Mamsa. So now this is this.
Yeah.
Thank you. No. Yeah. Namibia. No. Yeah, second one. Yeah.
For the PPT. Let's copy it on the desk.
You think so?
Just click on this.
Okay.
So this is not for the people that dialed in.
Yeah, for Monica, we can send it to her, just for the people here.
No,
So they can't see it, but you can see it.
Do we need this one?
Yeah.
On, Chloe, do we need this one?
So
Sure.
you want me to use the pointer?
The camera's off, right? No, I'm saying it is off.
Ah, okay.
Yes, now it's on.
Nice one. Okay, so I'm good to go.
So this is yours? Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to go. I'll give you people a few minutes.
Just use this.
And you don't have the.
No.
All right. Okay. All right, I think we can proceed since our resource person is on the other side of the Atlantic. So my first presentation this morning will basically introduce to you the project that we have, which is on strengthening capacity for evidence-based social protection policies for responding to the global triple crisis in food, fuel, and finance. So I think the most important thing that we all need to have some common understanding is what exactly are we referring to when we talk about the triple global crisis, right? So here we are basically saying since COVID, so many things have happened to our world, which have seen rising inflationary pressures that resulted in the cost of living crisis that we have all experienced. Of course, this was triggered by the COVID pandemic, as well as international conflicts, as well as some internal conflicts in some countries. We also had an energy crunch that you all remember, the financial constraints associated with this, and of course, most importantly, surging inflation. And I think many of you here probably have also complained about surging inflation. So all countries have been affected by the triple crisis. So what we intend to do with this project is how do we best respond to this using social protection? But of course, we are also cognizant of the fact that if you take Southern Africa, for instance, climate change is a powerful occurrence that we cannot ignore, and it's impacting so many communities. We have droughts. I think that's fairly common in our region. If you go to East Africa, they're also battling floods. So these issues also need to be taken into account when you are thinking of social protection. So the impacts of this crisis on the SDGs has been profound. In particular, when we look at SDG 1 and 2, no poverty and zero hunger, when you look at good health and well-being and quality education, I think we all know how our children suffered when they were trying to learn during the COVID times. Gender equality also got impacted severely by this crisis. It's when we all, I think we can relate to the spike, or we know the spike in gender-based violence during the COVID pandemic. Of course, access to clean and affordable energy and inequalities issues, SDG 7 and 10, these were also impacted. Of course, what this did was it resulted in the erosion of income gains, and standards of living that we had been used to declined in many countries. Of course, governments had to do something about it. So what did governments do in most countries? I live in the US, and of course, my family was getting some checks from President Trump for a while. For those who were in the US, I think, you know, it's like you're sitting at home, a check arrives, $500 per kid. Is that so, Lana? I think it was $500 per family member, right? As a response in a very well-developed country, right? That was one response from the US government. But we also know that in most countries, there were unemployment benefits and targeted financial support to vulnerable households. But in this case, they targeted vulnerable households. It was not everyone. In some cases, food assistance was a major provision, in particular, setting up of food banks, food distribution mechanisms for people living in poverty and groups in vulnerable situations. In some countries, there were subsidies for fuel, heating, and electricity. In some countries, you had temporary rent and public transportation subsidies. So there were many areas of intervention that you could identify. In the case of Namibia, we don't know exactly what was done. We'll try to run a survey later today to capture some of those elements from you guys. So at least you can inform us exactly what your families did benefit from in terms of public response to this crisis. But of course, all these interventions resulted in an increase in public expenditures, right? Governments had to come up with more money, but in some cases, of course, some of it came from the donor community. So in the case of Namibia, it will be interesting to know how did Namibia close the funding gap, especially when it came to SDGs, given that you had spent so much in terms of response to the global crisis and this impact on your communities. So the overall objective of our project is to build the capacities of the 6 countries when it comes to building robust, sustainable, gender-sensitive, and crisis-responsive social protection policies and programs. If we believe that if we are able to do this, this work will enhance the capacities of our countries to develop integrated social protection policies and strategies that enhance the delivery of social protection services and increase the resilience to future crises, as well as to improve the coverage, comprehensiveness, and adequacy of these systems. And if we do that, at least we will achieve one of the key principles of the 23rd Agenda, which is leave no one behind. So what are the expected results of this project, which will run over the next 3 years? The first expected result is enhanced capacity of countries to design and implement public policies and programs that contribute to universal social protection, with a particular focus on identifying and incorporating into the policies and programs that you guys develop some of your most vulnerable communities and those who are in vulnerable situations who were disproportionately affected by the triple crisis. Of course, we also want to see effective and fiscally, this is very important, fiscally sustainable solutions to address the social protection gaps that are tailored to Namibia's context in terms of your demography, your socioeconomic context, your history, and what you guys are trying to do. But of course, this has to be evidence-based. So this is very, very important to us in terms of what we want to achieve. So how do we intend to do this? Of course, we believe we need to train policymakers on the use of already existing digital platforms that can provide useful guidance on monitoring SDG progress and acceleration. Sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Some of these important tools already exist. So how can we use existing platforms to make sure we accomplish this? So we will do this by identifying those groups that are further left behind. We need to understand the factors and circumstances behind the triple crisis that affects them. What are the channels of transmission when it comes to impacts? Of course, we also want to help build national capacities to accelerate implementation of national development plans, including tracking progress, as well as monitoring and evaluating what governments are doing. The second approach, basically, we'll have to develop local capacities to use the Multidimensional Poverty Index as an analytical tool to identify the most vulnerable people, to show aspects in which they are deprived, to target resources and design policies more effectively, and to leverage the MPI to periodically assess progress and make necessary adjustments as conditions evolve. And the triple crisis gives us an opportunity to reassess what has been happening. And just by a show of hands, how many of you were involved in Namibia's 2020-21 MPI report? By a show of hands. Only two, Mr. Director. So although Namibia had took a very important step to domesticate the MPI, the number of people from various line ministries who really know this tool needs to be increased. So Jacob, I think you agree with us that this is very timely. It will support what we are trying to achieve. So we want most of you guys to know about this tool, and when you go back to your respective ministries, you should be able to apply it. If you do that, it will do two things. First, it will enhance the way line ministries operate, either vertically or horizontally, right? We always speak of vertical and horizontal coherence. If you're in the same ministry, does everyone know what to do when it comes to protection, right? That is vertical coherence. If you talk across your ministry, you have various department agencies and other units, do you speak the same language, right? So we hope by using this MPI index, you will be able to relate to each other and to understand the various approaches that you are trying to use to address the challenges facing your communities. So the target countries, we have, as I said, we have 6 countries, 4 in Africa and 2 in Asia. These countries were selected using different criteria because we hope that as we go along, you will learn from the different country contexts how you can also apply some important lessons in your situation. If you take Zambia, it is a least developed country. It is also a landlocked developing country, right? So it is this unique combination. If you take Cambodia, Senegal, and Tanzania, they're all classified as least developed countries. Maldives is a small island developing state, which also faces unique challenges, especially related to climate change issues and sea level rise. Namibia and Maldives, they are also considered upper middle income countries, right? While all the other countries are considered low middle income countries. So you all bring different contexts to this project, and we hope that will be critical to inform what we do in terms of policies. But all countries, regardless of their income level or their other status, they all face significant challenges when it comes to poverty and inequality. And of course, this situation is likely to be worsened by the triple crisis. These are basic figures from the World Bank. The poverty rate in Zambia, it stands at about 64%. The World Bank also has a multidimensional poverty rate, which is different from the MPI. Although Sabina's team, the OFI team, did work with World Bank to develop this MDRPI, but the World Bank decided to have its own fine tuning, so the numbers might be different, right? So Zambia will have 64% when you use the $2.15 per day. And then when you look at the World Bank multidimensional poverty rate, it's about 66%. Namibia, you're looking at 5.6 if you use the other rate. but if you use the World Bank MDPRI, which is different from what we're going to talk to later on, is slightly higher. Same thing with Senegal. So no matter what measure you use, the multidimensional rate is likely to give you more people who are living in poverty. So this diversity among our countries, we believe is very, very important, because at some stage, we will take a core group from Namibia to participate in regional capacity building workshops, as well as study tours to other countries, some of these countries, for you at least to see and understand what they are doing to address some of these challenges. So when you look at these numbers, think about, what lessons can you learn when you go to visit them, or when we get to organize ourselves and have some regional workshops for you to share experiences and learn, oh, you guys have some really high poverty. What are you doing? What are some of the most effective strategies? In Namibia, this is what we have done, and this is why we have such a lower rate. So when you look at social protection in these countries, it's low, right? It varies from about 6% to 25% of their populations are covered by social protection. If you're in Namibia, I understand it's about 24%, but I stand corrected by the government, right? Senegal is about 20%. Tanzania is about 20% of the population is covered. If you look at Cambodia, only 6.2% of the population is covered. Maldives, about 22% or 21% is covered by social protection. And these numbers come from the ILO, their last report on the World Social Protection Report. So we also have so much diversity in terms of what our countries are actually doing to protect their populations when it comes to their basic needs. So what kind of activities do we plan to implement in the ADAPS project? So first of all, we said we want to strengthen the capacity of policymakers to design integrated social protection policies and strategies by organizing national capacity building workshops, study tours, and case studies. So this is the first workshop that we have organized under the project. So Namibia said we are ready and we are here. So we are pleased to be here. So we will also do study tours. As I said, we will identify a country that you might be interested in learning what they're doing, and we'll take some of you to go and spend some time in this country just to understand their social protection systems. We will also prepare case studies for all the countries. So we'll sit down with the Ministry of Gender and the government in general to identify, we want to have a national consultant with your support who can address some specific gaps that you think you need to address for you to at least get a better picture of social protection given all the global crises that are happening. So this is something that we intend to prepare with you. And then, of course, we also want to enhance the capacities to identify and include vulnerable groups through the development of unique statistical tools, training sessions, and toolkits. This is mostly focusing more on Maldives and Cambodia. This work will be led by United Nations Economic Commission for Asia and Pacific. And of course, we believe that this will contribute to the development of integrated social protection policies and strategies. We will do policy mapping, we'll do diagnostic workshops, and of course, costed participatory roadmaps. So there's a lot of work that we hope to accomplish over the next 3 years as we work with you guys. So the first outcome that we intend to have under the project is empowering inclusive policy design and strategies. Namibia, I think you have done some good work, but I think from what we heard from the director, I think there are still areas where we can still sharpen, improve. So of course, this revolves mostly around elevating the capacity of countries to come up with holistic, evidence-based social protection policies and strategies. And we want to do this by 2026, right? So there are different we call them outputs in our UN system. Don't worry about some of this jargon, but we'll organize 6 national workshops, 1 for each country, right? So Namibia, you will have your first workshop. Then we'll have 6 case studies, 1 case study per country. Again, we'll sit down with the ministry and come up with terms of reference. What exactly do you want? And we hope here the UN country team will really help us to define what should Namibia come up with but we will have the resources to support that consultant to help that come up with that case study. And then, of course, there will be a technical report that will be prepared that focuses mostly on financing strategies, what the governments need to do when it comes to financing, so that at least you can have sustainable financing mechanisms in place. The second outcome that we want to achieve under this project is to ensure inclusivity through enhanced technical capacities. So we want to create a paradigm shift that ensures that no one is excluded when it comes to social protection. And we want to do this by 2026. Again, there are different outputs under this. The ones in red, those mostly apply to the Asia Pacific region. But don't worry, we will share, I think, some of these slides with all of you, so you'll get the chance to look at them in detail. The third outcome, basically, we want to make sure that we have provided coherence, coordination, and holistic integration of the different components of the project. So we want at least to aim for aligning of social protection policies and strategies with global development agendas, especially the 23rd agenda. But of course, we know that Namibia is part of the African Union. You have Agenda 2063. So how do you align what you're doing in the area of social protection with the 2063 agenda of the African Union? We also know you're part of SADC, and SADC has its own other development frameworks, right? So all these frameworks are very important, and you want to avoid reporting to different channels. You can just, if you do proper aligning, you can just produce one report, at least that helps you to report to the various mechanisms. Again, there are so many outputs under this. You'll get the PowerPoint, so you can look at them in detail. So way forward, I will not touch this. I think I'll do this on Friday, right? I don't know if there are any questions in terms of what the project involves. I'll take a couple of questions. Everyone is clear about the project? We have a mic? Somebody said they.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to opine on the first bullet as it pertains to universal systems. What happens when countries advocate for targeted interventions, then it does not go along with what you are proposing, because even the sentence that follows the last bit of the sentence, it's quite worrisome when you say it should be a permanent measure. So and then there's a conflict. So at the end of the day, how will this conflict be resolved, or is it the country decision dictates over what you're proposing?
Fantastic question, but I'll answer that in my second presentation, which was coming soon after this one. But that's brilliant. Any other questions on this project in general and what we hope to achieve? I think we are good. I think from you guys, what we really hope to get is you have seen what the project intends to provide to Namibia. Interact with the UN country team, the Resident Coordinator's Office, the Ministry of Gender, and make sure your inputs are clearly indicated in terms of what are the critical gaps that you need identified in the case studies or whatever the consultant we hope to engage will put together. This will help all of you going forward, as you can at least say we had an input in how this document got shaped. All right, so that's basically what the scope of our project. Now I can go to the second presentation. All right, so my second presentation will try to answer your question. So here, I'll focus on the global crisis, multidimensional poverty, and social protection programs. At least this is more, I think, interesting in many ways. So poverty eradication, as you all know, is the overarching objective of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, right? But it did not just come as an overarching objective in 2015 when world leaders met in New York and came up with the 2030 Agenda. It goes back to 1995. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of the World Summit for Social Development. Anyone heard about World Summit for Social Development? So the first World Summit for Social Development was held in Copenhagen, Denmark in 1995. World leaders were all present to craft the first vision on how do we eradicate poverty and how do we create jobs and have social protection. So what they did in 1995 was to define what is poverty, right? They simply said it is multidimensional in many ways. There is an ethical and political and economic imperative to do that. And of course, it became one of the three pillars of social development. So from 1995, every 5 years, there's an occasion at the UN General Assembly where world leaders actually look at progress. The next big one will be in 2025 in New York. Now it might be somewhere in the Middle East. Again, they are going to commemorate the first World Social Summit in 2025 to look at progress. But it is in that 1995 conference when they defined poverty in a multidimensional perspective, bringing in the human rights component. And of course, when we look at what we did with the 2030 Agenda, if you look at SDG 1.3, countries are encouraged to implement nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures for all, right? Including flaws. This is what ILO has been pushing for many, many years. Do we have anyone from ILO? Online, okay. So we have been partnering with ILO Geneva for many, many years to promote the social protection flaws discussions in New York for the last, 10, 15 years. And we're happy where member states are because they pretty much embraced ILO, I think is standard 2.202. But this is very, very important. And of course, if we look at how we are doing when it comes to poverty eradication, so poverty is, as we know it, we generally tend to measure it using monetary terms, either per capita or household income or consumption spending. This is what most countries do. But if you look at the Sustainable Development Goal 1, the target that we have is that by 2030, we should eradicate extreme poverty for all people everywhere. And when they came up with this SDG target in 2015, they were using $1.25 a day, right? That was the internationally agreed poverty line then. Now it has been revised, is $2.15 a day. So using this measure, extreme poverty around the world has become less severe than it was over the last 2 decades. But of course, there are still big regional differences when you compare Africa to Asia or Europe or Latin America. Where am I? I'm moving slides here, so I don't know why it's not moving there. Here it's moving, so I thought it was moving. Sorry, apologies. I close it. Okay, I'm just closing them. Okay. All right, now we're good. I think we needed to close the other. Thanks for that. So you guys are just following me with that. All right. So I was talking about where we are in terms of progress to reduce poverty, right? So at the midpoint, we're now at pretty much 6 years to go, right, before 2030, right? We are, I think you've all heard the message. We are completely not on track to achieve SDG 1. It is mostly because of the various crises that we have experienced at the global level. Some of it could be at the regional level or sub-regional level or in your own national context. Of course, COVID-19 was the biggest culprit. It pushed millions of people into extreme poverty. Today, when you look at the global numbers, 8.5% of the world's population were living in poverty in 2019, and then it increased to 9.3% in 2020 because mostly of COVID. And of course, here we're using the $2.15 a day. The World Bank, which produced this data, is what are called purchasing power parities. So that number, if we had to use $1.25, which was agreed in 2015, those percentages will be much, much higher. But by the end of 2022, right, we were looking at about 8.4% of the world's population, or you're looking at about 670 million people. But of course, when we look at 2030, if things stay the same or continue to improve, this number is likely to drop to about 575 million people, which is some progress, but will still be off track. And then, of course, if you look at the number of people or the proportion of the population that is covered by social protection, it increased slightly to 47% in 2020 from 45% in 2015. So in 5 years, we only got a 2% bump, right? So much work needs to be done to improve social protection coverage. When you look at the case of children, only 26% of children under the age of 15 received full social protection benefits. I think from UNICEF, I want to know what the number is in Namibia. Is it higher or lower than 26%? It's higher than 26%. All right. And then, of course, when you look at goal number 2, end hunger, the number of people who are facing hunger and food insecurity, it increased since 2015. Of course, we can blame the pandemic, all these conflicts, climate change, and inequalities. So the number increased to 768 million in 2021. In 2015, it was only 589 million. So we're not doing very well when it comes to SDG number 2. By 2030, right, the number is projected to reach about 670 million people, or 85% of the world's population. When it comes to measurement, this is where we think we want to contribute. We are dealing with mostly shifting goalposts. So if you are always changing the poverty line, how does it affect governments when it comes to tracking progress? Remember, we started under the MDGs, we had $1 a day, right? And then when the SDGs came into being, we had $1.25 a day. Then we revised the number to $1.90 a day, and now to $2.15 a day. Of course, this is because of the World Bank, which is the International Comparison Program. They kind of make adjustments for purchasing power parities. But these shifting goalposts, you have to think about them as well when it comes to measuring poverty. And in this case, we're only using the income dimension. But whatever line you use, or we have used historically, these numbers or these lines always underestimate the actual number or the extent of poverty in any particular country. Hence, we are advocating for the multidimensional poverty index. If you look at the case of Namibia, if you use your national poverty line, you've done a great job since independence. You have managed to reduce poverty. If in 2009, your poverty rate using a national poverty line was about 29%. The last measure that the last year that we have, I think it's about 17%. I don't know whether the National Statistical Agency has the latest number. But if you look at Namibia's MPI, which is the result of the work that was led by the UN country team here, as well as OFI, your poverty is about 43%. That's pretty high, right? So poverty has declined, but it still remains elevated in many countries. So when it comes to multidimensional poverty, do we really need it? As I said, Copenhagen, the World Social Summit in 1995, redefined redefined poverty. So there are many attempts that have been made to capture the different dimensions of poverty, including the Human Development Index, which is popular with UNDP. I think you have also seen the, does UNDP produce the Namibia Human Development Report? You have a national one, right? Each country is supposed to have one, but there's also a global one. The HDI is quite popular there. You can see what the UNDP has been doing. But if you use the multidimensional measure, as I said, you are likely to get or capture more people who are living in poverty. But of course, if you go into the background behind the MPI, there's always controversy. Some people argue that you can't just use a single composite index. You might need to look at relative weights because you're putting together so many elements from education, health, you name it, right? Are we using any weights to say this is something that's important? But I'll leave this discussion to Monica. When she takes over from me, she'll give us good answers on how best to do it. So we'll skip these development lessons. So coming to social protection, do we all have a common understanding of social protection? Who wants to define what social protection means in Namibia without looking at my slide? Anyone who can define what social protection means in Namibia?
I'll define it in my presentation.
You're in the presentation, well. All right. But I wanted somebody from, not from your ministry. Anyone from who is not from the Ministry of Gender? Who wants to give it a try? What do you understand by social protection in Namibia? No brave. This is the land of the brave. We have a gentleman over there. So he's saying it's a measure that ensures that people don't suffer financial hardship. All right. So from us in UNDESA, we are pretty much aligned with probably what ILO and other UN entities think. Basically, when you talk of social protection, it refers to a group of policy measures and programs that reduce poverty and vulnerability and seek to protect society's most vulnerable members against livelihood shocks and risks. It enhances the social status and rights of the marginalized. It protects workers and it diminishes people's exposure to risks associated with ill health, disability, old age, and unemployment. So it goes well beyond, right? You just singled out one element or one component of what social protection is. So when you think of social protection, think it as a big thing and not just one element. So this definition, we wrote a report. It's called the Report on the World Social Situation in 2020, where we discussed this at length. If you're interested, you can always go to UNDESA's website, but I can share that report with you if you're interested. Look more into the details. So there are different types of, this is kind of too small, but I'm sorry. But so social protection categories and instruments, they are about 4 of them, right? So the first important type of social protection that we have is protective, right? So this is mostly, it relates to social assistance. And what are the instruments that you normally use or you find in countries? You have social transfers, you have disability benefit, you have pension schemes, and you have social services, right? So what do these play during times of crisis? They are immediate, right? They provide immediate protection and relief from poverty and deprivation. This is what countries probably did during COVID and the current crisis. But in Namibia, I don't know to what extent you deployed all these elements: social transfers, disability benefits, pension schemes, social services. Did you tick all those boxes or you add additional ones? But that first category basically is called protective, right? The second category is preventive, right? Here we're talking of insurance and diversification mechanisms. Again, you can have social transfers as the instrument that you use. You can have social insurance as an instrument. You can have livelihood diversification programs, which probably most of our communities are familiar with. You can have savings clubs. You can have funeral societies. I think they're popular. If I go to Katutura, I'm sure I'll find a lot of funeral services to support each other, right? Those are preventative, right? So basically, during times of crisis, these prevent damage to coping strategies that communities have or individuals have. Then the third component of social protection is promotive. Okay, here we are being proactive. So we want to provide economic opportunities. Again, it can be social transfers, it can be access to credit, transfers, it can be school feeding programs, it can be agricultural starter packs, it can be public work programs. These are all promotive, okay? So what they do is to promote resilience through livelihood diversification, and of course, it improves security in our communities. I think, again, if you go to any rural village, you're likely to find some of these promotive programs in place, right? And then the last one is transformative, right? Here we want to address the underlying vulnerabilities in a society or community, right? So how do we promote the rights of minority groups or those we normally discriminate against in our communities and societies, right? So they are anti-discriminatory campaigns. There could be social funds that we have in place. And I'm sure Namibia has also addressed some of these. So here, the goal is to transform social relations to reduce exclusion. So can we say in Namibia, we have all these 4 boxes? Or do you look at your social protection as protective, preventative, promotive, and transformative, right? This is how you are supposed to frame what you're doing. And we believe the MPI will help you to think through some of these critical elements as it looks at various aspects of deprivation. Coming to my brother's question, universalism versus targeting. So targeted programs plus social safety nets, all right, are on one hand, and on the other hand, you have universal social provisioning. This is a very important topic. Universalism basically emphasizes the basic right of each and every citizen to the provision of social services. It is integral to development and poverty eradication strategies. On the other hand, targeting focuses on eligibility, and therefore it involves means testing to determine who is truly deserving. Right? We understand the difference between targeting and universalism. So during the discussions for the 2030 agenda, I was part of, at that time, they set up various, what do they call them, technical groups to help prepare what we call the background papers for the 2 core chairs who were leading the discussions on the 2030 agenda. So the biggest debate that we also had during that time when we prepared those background papers to inform the 2030 agenda was whether targeting could be promoted under the 2030 agenda. If you read the entire document, you will never see the word targeting, right? If you didn't pay attention, if you go back and look at the 2030 agenda, the words targeting are not there. It goes back to that debate that happened in 2015, where they simply said, let's promote universal social protection as our objective and not targeting. Why? It is a philosophical difference between the United Nations family and World Bank and IMF. World Bank, IMF, they prefer targeting, right? There's a crisis, throw money at it. After a year or 2, it's over, you save your money as a government, right? But if you're thinking of universal social protection, is the long term. So this is an ideological difference. But how do countries now handle this? This is a very tricky issue. So social safety nets, as I said, they involve targeting. There are conditionalities. Of course, they can be cost effective, and we hope they also lead to behavioral change, right, when it comes to people living in poverty. And I think Monica will also talk about some of the programs that they have in Latin America that have led to behavioral change among poor people. And that's fantastic. So targeting poor, if you look at research, can also be very expensive. It can also be politically unsustainable, and it can miss out the deserving poor. Why can it be politically unsustainable? I gave you an example. In the United States, a well-developed economy, we're getting checks, right, during COVID. And then the United States, of course, was saying one of the biggest challenges we have is child poverty. Then in addition, they said every child in the United States will get about $150 a day, every month or something like that. I think the checks were coming in, families were receiving them, and child poverty in the United States dropped significantly. But what was the main issue? If you're a billionaire with kids, you're getting that check. If you're poor, you're getting those checks. So do people with vast sums of money deserve to receive that check? No, right? That was the argument. So they decided to stop that program. So in many ways, politically, it can be unsustainable because it can be expensive. But it can also be unsustainable if you don't include everyone else. Sometimes people will complain, why are you leaving us, especially those who make decisions. So targeting can have these challenges. But it can also miss out the deserving poor. Why? Because of elite capture. We all go to communities. If you have a program that is good, who captures it? Sometimes it's your local political leaders. The people who really are supposed to get some of those benefits never get them. If you look at the drought situation today, there is food which is being distributed. You think the very poor sometimes get it? Or it ends up, you have seen USAID, those USAID aid packages. They end up in some wealthy businessman in a village, right? How did he or she end up with a stake full of those? And yet they're poor, deserving families. So this is all because the challenges when it comes to targeting, it can be very expensive. So you need a very, very good system if you really want to do it. So coming to your question, we believe there is a contradiction in terms of internationally agreed social development goals, right? We all talk of education for all, right? UNICEF, do we have UNICEF in the house? Yes, right? Education for all. It's universal. Primary health care for all, WHO. So how can you achieve those universal objectives if you do targeting? Right? We love these terms. So as a government, you have to think through this, right? How do you really do it? Are you going to do it through targeting? Or you have to do it really by embracing universal terms, right? That means you really have to make sure that your budgets can cover everybody and for you to achieve education for all or primary healthcare for all. So we have learned a lot of lessons over the last 4 or 5 decades. So we believe that you need social policies that really promote or that are more aligned with the principle of universalism, right? Social justice is very, very important when it comes to the administrative procedures that you come up with to reach everyone. Of course, we all know there are limited public resources. This is where the challenge comes in. So if you have limited public resources, then you end up saying, okay, how best do we use our limited resources and target those who are in need? So when non-income dimensions of poverty are taken into account, we know that poverty is much more widespread. So targeting the majority of your population might kind of lose meaning. These are real situations. They are debated in academia, in policy discourses. So there's no right clear-cut answer. But I think each country has to look at its own circumstances and say, given our resources, what's best for us, right? You can't have just one approach to it. You have really to, you have a crisis, sometimes, yeah, you have to be quick and try to respond and to it. It might be a localized flooding in parts of Namibia, right? You don't need universal. You have to target that region and provide your support. But when you talk of other universal goals that we have in international agreed development objectives, where we have this word all, then you can do targeting. That's where I think you have to look at. So going forward, I think we say we should step up efforts to promote macroeconomic policies that prioritize sustainable development and employment creation, especially the promotion of decent work. It's very, very important. We just don't want jobs, but we want jobs that are decent. We need to make sure that as governments move forward during times of crisis, you need to protect and augment your social expenditures, especially those related to healthcare and education, right? And evidence has also shown that if you really are keen, social protection floor is affordable no matter your income status as a country. Every country can do a social protection floor. And normally it costs less than 5% of your gross domestic product. It's not very expensive, right? But it's the political will that I think is key when it comes to these efforts. So if you have a social protection floor, it can serve as an effective safeguard against poverty, economic crisis, or any other situation that you might have as a country. And as I said, it's fiscally affordable, less than 5% of your national income. You can do it. So I think in a nutshell, this is very, very important. But I want to end up with very important philosophical ideas. So if the damage inflicted by the triple global crisis on the lives of poor people is to be contained, there must arise a greater willingness to change. Is the government of Namibia willing to change to achieve this? But of course, to quote John Maynard Keynes, a famous economist, the difficulty lies not in the new ideas, but in escaping from the old ones, which ramify for those brought up, as most of us have been, into every corner of our minds, are willing to change our approaches. Basically, that's what he's arguing. Practical men, of course, this was 1936, he didn't think about women. Practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influence are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. How many of us are slaves to some defunct economist? We don't want to change. We believe in what we believe, right? But when you're confronted with multiple global crises like we are, really you need to think outside the box and to think of alternative ways to address these issues. So it is time to rethink the way we understand poverty, how it is measured, and the policies used to address it. I believe a more comprehensive strategy to reduce poverty in all its forms that puts decent jobs, human capital formation, and social protection at the center of development strategies is needed to improve the lives of current and future generations. I thank you. All right, before we go to Monica, I will take questions. My brother is willing. Yeah. Targeting greater as universal.
Thank you for the quite comprehensive and thought-provoking presentation that you have given us. I just wanted to add my 2 cents to your presentation. You speak at one instance about promoting decent work.
Mm-hmm.
The difficulty that I had was the prioritizing of social protection and employment creation as a measure of social protection is not coming out clear. And this is the reason why I'm saying that. Because the presentation does not inculcate the informal sector dimension, which is, I think, one of the issues that was worth raising to link your presentation to those that are functioning within the informal economy. So I just wanted to add that, my 2 cents to the discussion.
Thank you. Of course, I'll rely on you, my colleagues here from the UN country team to jump in and provide answers. So when we talk of decent work, right, it's more of a broad concept. We say you can only have decent work if you get out of informality. So we assume if you promote decent work, you're also addressing issues of informality. You want to reduce the informal component. The only way you do it is creating decent jobs. And if you have universal social protection, it's only not those workers who are in the formal sector who are getting social pensions, right? But now once you broaden your concept of social protection, it covers everyone, people in the informal sector, your people in the agricultural, everybody. So this is basically how we look. Of course, the debate is much more nuanced But this is just mostly a broad kind of presentation for you, just to be thought-provoking in terms of how do you want to look at it. I believe Namibia has done amazing stuff in some of these elements, but can we connect all these dots, and what areas do we need to improve to make sure that at least we address the historical imbalances that you inherited at independence, as well as address some of the challenges that keep on popping up as we try to achieve the 2030 agenda?
Thank you very much. It's really social, thought-provoking presentations, but I'm struggling to get the reality of have to expect these social results from the total different economic systems. Because for us to be able to deal with this poverty and social protection, we would of course rely on resources that are governed by the economic system that does not respond to social. Are we not going to end up expecting social outcomes from the total capital systems to which we would have to rely in terms of resources for us to be able to deal with this? How long are we going to, on a snail pace, going to deal with these policies that are targeting social issues while the economic and the resource are going totally different way, and they are so individualistic? For as long as those that are connected to resources are going to individually going to get richer and richer, and the governments are struggling to get resources to deal with this.
Thank you. Jacob, you want to answer on behalf of the UN country team? How you guys are addressing that in Namibia?
I'm not going to answer.
All right.
Just a quick question with regard to, I've seen part of the presentation that included wordings like the integration.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's integration of systems in terms of capacities and what have you. But one of the things that I wasn't hearing was the equity. I think probably my ties down in terms of the haves and the non-haves, and why do we actually, and how do we actually distribute the resources then to the vulnerable groups. Probably also ties into the question that was raised with regard to target, because when you target, you also need to target in an equitable manner. So maybe some of those measures that might be interesting in terms of, so how do we then connect those with social protection?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I got very well in terms of I think it's to do with striking the balance between the macroeconomic model and also the social protection side of things. And I think there are also, so some will talk about some common myth in terms of social protection. A lot see in some circles probably seen as not as a sustainable option, because some believe in the myth that economic development would trickle down support. I mean, the trickle down effect model. That's once the economy grows, then every one of us should be fine. I think that's commonly pursued by Ronald Reagan, what became known as the economics many years ago. But again, that theory is also challenged in the fact that it didn't result in the desired sort of outcomes. So a lot of people believe that if you invest in infrastructure affecting growth, that will, the growth that generated there will then have to take care of. But it has been proved that it's just a myth. So that's why we then have to ensure that we kind of strike the balance between your economic growth model and also ensuring that you're taking along everyone along the board. As probably as UNICEF, we then talk about children, and we believe that if you miss those children earlier on, it then becomes very, very difficult. I think we always say it's always difficult to repair than to build. So
if you have not done, again, the same sort of line of thinking that if you have not done the relevant social investments, for instance, and you're investing in your infrastructure development, your economy is going to grow, driven by those capital investments. But there are times when you realize you don't have the necessary human capital because over the years you've not invested in education, and you've not invested in health, and now you don't have the necessary human capital. So you have now stuck with older men and women who are not educated. So that's why it's always important for us to carry along as we pursue whatever development model that we have. Ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. I'm not sure if I answered your question. It was very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's if you look at the 23rd agenda, what do we say? We need economic growth that is what? Sustained, inclusive, and equitable, right? We just had the elections next door. What led to the change in government? Or not changing government, but now we have a different form of government. It was the social provisioning side that determined the elections, right? People were not happy with social provisioning. More than, of course, the growth was not good enough, and the distribution mechanisms were not good enough. And of course, there were challenges with provisioning. And that's why we have that outcome in South Africa, right? So these are ideological issues that cabinets, each time they meet, they have to discuss and say, what do we want to do, right? And their choices. Sometimes, yeah, things work out well, and sometimes, yeah, every country has that issue. So, but it's a good debate that you should be engaged in, as long as you make sure that your growth is sustained, it is inclusive, it is equitable, you generate your domestic resources instead of relying more on offshore development assistance. If you eat what you kill, as we say in our village, if you go out hunting, you eat what you kill, right? If Namibia mobilizes its domestic resources and utilizes those domestic resources efficiently, it will be able to survive. You will not starve, right? But if you rely on the external hand, that's a challenge. And now, of course, you're in a unique situation, you're middle income. Namibia doesn't get the usual support that it used to have, right? So you have to pretty much be independent, stand alone, and how best do you utilize the resources that you have, that you mobilize domestically. You need to grow your economy. You need to make sure that you address issues of unemployment, reduce informality, distribution. How do you address inequality? The second highest inequality in Africa, right? 0.59. That's quite high. So all these issues for me are very important. But at the end of the day, I think when we talk of integration, we hope with this project, we are building on what is already in place, but it helps us. You don't address every issue or challenge, but I think once you open up your mind and think broadly and rethink the way you approach social protection and this multidimensional nature, I think that's key. It will help us to get somewhere. I know we are running out of time, but one more question before we go to Monica.
Thank you very much. Dr. Simbanda, thank you very much for your informative presentation. I would just like to get some clarifications because my question is focused more on the two concepts, the universalism and targeting. And I'm basing myself on the approach when you're indicating the scenario, when you're indicating that in your where you are based, there were actually the households were benefiting $500 funds. So now I want to understand, because you said it was revoked because it was very expensive, but now that was universal approach. But now I would like to understand, because when you're presenting also here, you're indicating that also the targeting approach is also very expensive. I would just like to understand now on your scenario, how did you happen to save when that now was revoked? How do you happen to save? Because I understand that now they have moved from the universal to the targeting approach. How that saved the government? Do you think really that perhaps maybe it was really effective for them to reverse back to the targeting approach than remaining on the universal? Or I just want to understand, because
okay, yeah. It's a good question. I mean, if you follow US election, right now we're in the campaign season. You listen to some of the people being interviewed. Some will tell you, I think I'll vote for this party because I still remember the check that I received in the mail, right? they still remember that check which was signed by the former president, right? And the only reason why that program was taken off the table was one vote in the Senate. One senator from Virginia, West Virginia, right? He simply said, okay, it's an ideological debate in the US. Same thing in South Africa. I think you all know the grants that are given to pregnant young girls in South Africa, right? There are people who believe, yeah, you need to give that young teenager who has a baby this grant. Otherwise, that kid, as Jacob said, you're going to lose that kid going forward. But the others will say you're promoting laziness, right? People will never be incentivized to go and work. It's the same debates in the US or in other developed countries. So continuing such a program, people believe people who are below a certain income level will not have that desire to go and work. They're getting this money. So those ideological differences led to that program getting killed pretty much, right? Now they have reverted back to their targeted approaches, whether the child benefits, but they also come with conditionalities. You have to work so many hours a week, for instance, if you are receiving those benefits. So if you don't meet those conditions, then you don't get anything. So it's more politics and ideological, whether you are conservative or you are liberal in what you think about society. So basically that's what happens. So in terms of how expensive it can be if you're doing targeting, is basically you can miss out a lot of poor people because of elite capture in communities. In a drought situation, I'm sure in Namibia you might have it, but many countries it's common, where an entire food truck can disappear, and it ends up at some guy who ends up selling USAID packages of rice, right? We have seen it, it happens. So it can be expensive. But I don't know whether I answered your question. So, okay, that's why I said you guys have to discuss and see what is appropriate in the context of your situation. You meet as ministries, right? Vertical coherence, horizontal coherence. Okay, we have these programs. How do they complement each other to address some of these elements? If you don't have that vertical and horizontal discussion when it comes to your interventions, then you might duplicate effort, you might waste resources. But how do we then make sure that you are on one page vertically and horizontally? I think one last question, then we go to Monica. One more. But you have lunch, right?
No, 45 minutes. I was going to suggest that we get into Monica and then follow with the...
Okay, let's take one question, then we go to Monica. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I just want to head on the colleague's question that you had on the targeting universalism of technology. So in the Namibian context, can you then say, for example, we can use both approaches depending on our context to say, for example, in certain programs you can target and others then you can apply sort of the universal approach. Say when you turn 60 years here, automatically you qualify for the old age grant. But then there are some programs that are targeting, for example, just veterans, and there's some eligibility sort of to say, so can you say you can use both sort of approaches in application? So I don't know if you're getting.
Yeah, I get the question. So what we are saying, universal social protection, as we promote it, as ILO tries to promote it, is aspirational, right? As countries let's spend 4 or 5% of our GDP, we can actually have universal social protection, which is critical because it protects you through the life cycle, not only at a certain stage in your life. You might be young, you have access. You might be in your 30s and you lose a job, you have access to certain benefits. You get old, you get, right? If you have that life cycle approach and you have a good universal social protection with a basic floor for benefits, you can do it. But we all know countries are trying to do that, but targeting is still being applied, right? Our UN agencies, they do that a lot. WFP, there's a major crisis in terms of hunger, they have to target, right? UNICEF might do the same, UNDP will do the same. So governments also do the same, right? But let's be aspirational and have this life cycle approach to social protection. That's basically what we're trying to say. Thank you. I hope I know there might be questions, but Monica is also there. She will make a presentation, and some of these questions might come up as she discusses in detail. So back to you, Mamsa.
I think we can go straight to Monica. So she will speak a little bit more about the concept of the MPI and poverty measurement. So Monica, it's over to you. I think this is now our test on how this technology is going to work. Can you switch on your camera? How do we take this one? Okay.
Okay, so you can see my screen?
Yes,
and see me. Okay, perfect. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. I hope you are enjoying. It has been really interesting discussion. So we are going to talk a little bit about multidimensional poverty, and I feel after lunch we're going to touch some of the concepts that you were discussing, and we're going to talk about targeting, and we're going to talk about how multidimensional poverty is included in there, and also make a differentiation between different types of targeting and how from targeting we can also approach universality, and thinking about how like social protection systems include people who are in the informal system, in the formal sector, and what are the challenges that people in countries like Namibia or countries in Latin America face when we are facing that more than 50, 60, 70% of the population are in the informal labor market. For now, what I want to focus is in thinking about why multidimensional poverty is important and why we are thinking and talking about multidimensional poverty. Then we are going to see how multidimensional poverty and social protection join and how you can start using multidimensional poverty as a tool for social protection systems. So the first thing that we need to bring into our mind is what is poverty. And when we consider what is poverty, one of the things that I always like to say is that poverty, we didn't discover that poverty was multidimensional in 2015 when the SDGs called for poverty to be measured as multidimensional. But since the beginning of the poverty studies in the late 19th century in England and across all the 20th century and the 21st century, we have talked about this poverty as a multidimensional aspect. And one of the things, and one of the studies that I like the most is this study that I'm projecting in here, some quotes of this, that is from Voices of the Poor, one of the largest qualitative studies that has been conducted in the world. And it was conducted at the end of the 90s. And one of the things that it did, this study, was to ask poor people across the world, in different countries of the world, what was poverty for them. And most of them, and almost all of them, didn't mention poverty as a lack of income, but it mentioned things like this woman in the Philippines. When food becomes scarce, we only eat once a day to allow our children and husbands to eat. That means that poverty for her was like lack of food or food insecurity. And also it means that being a woman, it was like being not in the priority for food intake, but it was like you just give the priority to children, you give the priority to men, and women lack of food. And in there you start like thinking about, okay, women are more likely to be poor and women are more likely to have lower health outcomes and so on and so on. Also, there is one that I like a lot that is like, the one, the quote from Bangladesh that it says, those without money have to wait. So poverty means that you are a second class, or means that you are in there waiting for opportunities, but opportunities will not come to you or for you at the first moment, but instead it will come at the latest moment. So this is something that is important to keep in mind. So when we think about poverty, we think about the processes that are multidimensional. We think about lack of food, lack of shelter. We think about also lack of services. So nowadays, if we live in a household who doesn't have access to electricity, we live in a household who don't have access to different services, not only electricity, but also internet, or it cannot keep the food in a fridge. Lacking just one thing.
Okay.
Sorry? Everything okay?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, so when we are thinking about poverty, we need to think about that it's not about just not having access to one service or one opportunity, but instead it's not having access to different opportunities at the same time. So a person who is poor is not only the person, or is not the person who lacks, I don't know, access to a clean source of water, because maybe the person has enough resources to have access to other services. But usually when you talk with poor people, what you realize is that poverty is related with different dimensions and with being deprived in different aspects in life. So it's a person who doesn't have electricity, doesn't have access to water, sanitation, doesn't have education, doesn't have access to employment, health. And those people and those households who are facing these multiple deprivations at the same time are the people who are in the worst situations, because they're the people who don't have access or don't have like a capacity to overcome different shocks, or they are like living in the institution. So one of the things that it's important thinking here is that poverty goes beyond income, and also poverty is the mix or the interconnection between these dimensions. And once you face more and more and more deprivations, you are going to face more, or the severity of your poverty will be much higher. So in here, one thing that is like poverty is related. Also, like poverty, it's also related with poor health and illness. So people who are living in poverty are more likely to be sick, or to be not be having capacity to have access to education or to health. And also, like poverty has a gender dimension. Women are more likely to be poor. Girls and women are more likely not to have access to the same benefits or the same opportunities that men. So this is what we already know, and as I mentioned, it's not something new. It's not something that we were like, okay, this is we identify this, but instead, like this is something that we already knew. And if you talk to any poor person, poor people will tell you like poverty, it's a lot of things, and income is just one of the dimensions. But then why we are starting to talk about multidimensional poverty now, if we already knew that poverty was multidimensional? And we can think there are three reasons, three main areas, let's say like that, where we are thinking about why poverty is multidimensional. There is one technical, there is one empirical, and there was one political or from policy perspective. So when we think about technical, we have two main aspects, and we are going to cover these that are here. And the first one is the data relevance. So for a lot of you maybe remember, like data has not been available really often. And in different countries around the world, like data or the number of surveys that we collect has increased in the last years. But during the 90s, the number of surveys was really limited. So what we know is that since 1985, the number of multi-topic household surveys has increased in frequency and coverage. So before, most of the countries have like one survey or one census every 10 years, and that was it. Now we have like more surveys, we have more initiatives collect data, we have DHS, we have mix, we have the living standard surveys, we have household surveys that are collected mainly by the countries as an independent data collection. Another thing is that you can merge different data sources. So before it was like only one survey and that was it. Now we have like administrative records, and we have like different data sets. We have like also big data. So the number of data sources that has increased, not only as a survey, but as another sources, has increased over time. And before the 90s or before the 2000s, like the technology to manage these surveys, it was really limited. So now you can have, like, you have your laptops in there and you can open a survey and do some analysis in your laptops. Like before in the 90s or at the beginning of 2000s, it was really difficult to do this because the computers were not strong enough. It doesn't have the capacity. If you were going to manage a census data, it was almost impossible to manage in a laptop. You needed like a lot of capacity and the computers were not good enough. So one thing in here is that this is pre-pandemic data. During the pandemic, the data collection increased as well. But if you see in here, what we are going to have is that the data, the number of surveys with the multidimensional poverty or the multidimensional surveys that are the white, like the light blue is the multidimensional poverty surveys or surveys that include questions that allow the computation of multidimensional poverty indices. So this has increased, and if you see after 2010 is almost more than 750 surveys that has been collected. And the number of countries as well has increased a lot. Now the number after 2010 has maintained, but the good part is that countries are not only collecting, like more countries are collecting, but also countries are collecting more. So there is more information available. And maybe you think about Namibia and you say, okay, yes, in Namibia we have the household income and expenditure survey, and we have the census, and we have other data sources that really include more indicators that can help you analyze the multidimensional poverty. Also, in here in the second graph, what we can see is that the number of countries with the number with the first multidimensional survey it increases during the 90s and it reduces during the 2000s. This means that countries are collecting, or countries have started collected the surveys, multidimensional surveys in the 90s and maintain the data collection. So it has become more and more and more data available. So if we have more data and we have more technology, it's easier to think about how we analyze multidimensional poverty because we have information. Another thing is that we usually, or let's say before the 90s, especially 1990, when the Human Development Index appeared, there was not a way to think about multidimensional poverty from or about poverty from a multidimensional perspective. There are other theories like the deprivation approach that has been thinking about like the different dimensions of poverty, but the Human Development Index was the first index that say, okay, let's think about what is development and how development is from different components. So it's not about income, but it's also about health, and it's also about education, and start and bring those components together and create a measure that it was like a unique measure that provides like what is the advance of how countries are moving ahead. And since the 90s, the number of indices has increased. So in here we have like some examples. We have the Human Development Index, but we also have the Canadian Index of Wellbeing. We have the Joint GDP Initiative. We have Doing Business Indices, Global Peace Index, gender-related social protection, global hunger, and so on, so on. Every year there are more indicators. And one of the indicators that has been developing here is the Multidimensional Poverty Index that it appears in 2010. The global MPI appears in 2010 in the Human Development Report and replaced the Human Development Poverty Index that was published until the 2010. And one of the things that is good about the MPI is that allows you to see how the different dimensions relate. And that's one thing that we are going to talk after lunch, how that contributes to the analysis that we are going to do on multidimensional poverty and social protection. That's the two things that are related with the technical. So we have more data and we have more capacity. We have better computers, we have better indices, better methodologies. So we have an opportunity to do this. Before we knew that poverty was multidimensional, but we couldn't measure it. There was no data to measure. And even in the countries where there was data, there was like only a small, like specific computers in the National Statistics Office, but it was like really close and selected for different people. Now, these technologies and this data is available for a lot of people around the world. One thing that you always ask me, and maybe one of the questions that you have is like, okay, but we know that poverty is multidimensional, but we also know that income is a good proxy of poverty. So if income is a good proxy of poverty, why we bother with thinking about multidimensionality? If we can just measure one thing and that's it. So what we have identified is that income, it's a good proxy of poverty. We don't want to say that it's not, but it doesn't capture all the dimensions of poverty. So there is a lot of studies around the world that have identified that people living in income poverty are not the same people, or not all the people are the same that those living in the under multidimensional poverty. And this has happened in a lot of countries around the globe. So for example, in here we have this example. In here we analyzing the overlaps between monetary and the capability approach, or a multidimensional poverty in India and Peru. And what we see in here is that you have people who are deprived in one, for example, in here is the percentage of people who are capability approach poor, not in monetary poverty. So you have that 43% are in capability poor, but not in monetary poverty of those who are children. And in India, and in the case of Peru, is 32. And in nutrition is the same, it's 53, and in the case of Peru is 21. So what we're saying here is that not everyone who is income poor is capability poor, and not everyone who is multidimensionally poor is income poor. One thing that is interesting and is important to understand is that we have those who are multidimensionally poor, those who are income poor, and those who are both. And every group needs a different strategy. Because if you have like income poverty and you know that the person has like access to different services and education and health, you can establish specific policies for them. If you have people who are not income poor but multidimensionally poor, there are strategies that are specific for them. And if you have people who are income and multidimensionally poor, those persons or those households are in higher risk. So you need to think about policies that really include or cover those needs. So this is another thing that people usually ask us, like, okay, let's think that, okay, like multidimensional poverty and income poverty not overlap completely. But if you reduce income poverty, somehow multidimensional poverty will be reduced. And what we have seen in at the global level is that, and this is a graph where we are looking at or showing the correlations between economic growth and reduction of poverty, income poverty, and reduction of non-monetary deprivations. So this is a study of Bourguignon, and in 2010, it was analyzing the multidimensional development goals. And this was one of the first big studies in here. And what they found is that there is no proper correlation between economic growth and reduction in multidimensional poverty indicators. So you can see in here that you cannot see like a tendency in any of the growth of the households of the graphs. Sorry, you have in here under-5 mortality, you have secondary education, you have the different indicators in here. You have in here you have poverty rate, but you have also primary education. And what we're seeing is that increasing or a reduction of poverty or income growth, let's say, doesn't reduce non-monetary deprivations. So there is not country that have shown that they have like a economic growth of 10 percentage points or 10%, and they have a reduction in child mortality or maternal mortality or increase in education in similar proportion. There is no evidence on that. So, okay, so we say we cannot only focus on economic growth. We cannot expect that economic growth or increasing income or reducing poverty, income poverty will reduce income, not monetary deprivations. You really need to think about how you reduce those non-monetary deprivations and how you do it. The other thing that people ask us is like, okay, we know income is not the best proxy for non-monetary deprivations. We also know that reducing income poverty will not reduce non-monetary deprivations, but we might have not, let's not complicate our life with an index. Let's just have one indicator, one deprivation, and that deprivation will capture everything. And the example is always like years of schooling or education indicators, because we think, okay, if we have better education, you will have better employment and you will have like better opportunities and so on, so on, so on. So what we have identified in different countries, and we have done this with the global MPI that covers more than 100 countries now, is that there is no deprivation or not in non-monetary deprivation that is perfect. So you will have always people who are deprived in one indicator, but not deprived in other indicators. So in this case, let's say you have two indicators, child mortality and school attendance in here. You have the number, the percentage of people who are deprived. So we know in here that only 8.1% of the population in this example country are deprived in both indicators, in child mortality and school attendance. And you have 61.2% that are non-deprived. But you have some mismatch. So you have people who are deprived in child mortality, but non-deprived in school attendance. And you have people who are deprived in school attendance, but not deprived in child mortality. This means, and you can find this in all the indicators. There is no perfect indicator that captures all non-monetary indicators or non-monetary deprivations. So you will need to have that non-monetary index in order to capture those deprivations. This is another example. I hope you can see it. I don't know how well is the screen, but I'm going to explain it a little bit. And this example, what it says is like it's a study that was published in 2021. And what it aimed to do is to analyze how inequality and poverty are related. And this is something that is related with the previous analysis that I was showing you. And in here, what we see is that there are countries where the income or the economic growth is much higher, but the reduction in indicators like child mortality or maternal mortality, or the increase in life expectancy is not as large as in other countries, like in the case of Nepal. Nepal has a reduction of child mortality much larger, like compared to the case of India, that has been a country that has grown much higher in the last 10 years. And this also happens with other indicators like coverage of DPT vaccinations or the increase of literacy. So what it means in here is that you really need to focus on your policies. And if you only focus on economic growth, probably you are going to leave behind a lot of people. And that's important to keep in mind, especially when you're thinking about different like social protection policies from a transformative point of view. Another thing is like we find different countries, like in here we have like the trends in income and global MPI. So we have income poverty measured like $1.9 per day. And we also have MPI incidence of the global MPI. And if you can see, like the trends don't go together. So there is like countries that reduce a lot of the income poverty, like you see the reduce in the income poverty as the blue line. So you have in here Zimbabwe has a large reduction of income poverty, but an increase in multidimensional poverty. So the incidence of multidimensional poverty is still really high, even though they reduce income poverty. And there are other countries where you have like little or really small poverty, multidimensional poverty, but the income poverty is still quite high. So those countries have different priorities or different needs compared with other countries that are related, or with countries that have higher levels of multidimensional poverty. And that's important to keep in mind when you are thinking about why it's important to consider multidimensional poverty. And as was mentioned in the previous presentation, multidimensional poverty has become one of the SDG indicators. So the part of the politics is that multidimensional poverty, there has been a push, a really huge push, in order that we measure multidimensional poverty. So in the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, you can see that the first goal, it was reducing poverty. But it was not mentioning poverty from a multidimensional perspective. It was only mentioning poverty from an income perspective. In 2015, with the Sustainable Development Goals, it was the first time that multidimensional poverty was adopted, and it was adopted as a global goal. So a lot of countries like commit to this goal, or the countries of the UN nations commit to this goal. And this goal, what it says is that by 2030, 2030 reduce at least by half the proportion of men, women, and children of all ages living in poverty in all these dimensions according to national definitions. So in this case, what is calling is that we need to recognize that poverty is multidimensional. We also need to recognize that we need to measure poverty. And we need to tailor poverty, because if we measure like poverty using a global perspective, like what you are going to say or you are going to have is that maybe you are going to miss some of the important dimensions that your country have. So the recommendation is always like evaluate what are the dimensions and indicators that you need in order to be able to evaluate what is multidimensional poverty in your context. And based on that, start monitoring multidimensional poverty reduction or changes over time based on a multidimensional perspective. One thing that we need to consider and why it's important and why multidimensional poverty indices, especially those based on the Alcaide-Foster method that I'm going to explain you later, are important are because we want to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. The SDG calls for leaving no one behind, and that means that you need to identify who are those who are multidimensionally poor. And one of the aspects that is it's good in the Alcaide-Foster method is that you can not only have like what is the incidence of multidimensional poverty, but you can also analyze how that incidence or what is the incidence of multidimensional poverty by subgroups. And it's really important because like rural and urban areas are different. Different regions inside a country are different. Different subgroups, if you analyze persons with disabilities, migrants, like persons who are from different ethnic minorities, or men and women, you will find different levels of multidimensional poverty. But most important, what you need to understand is what is the composition of poverty. What is important is to know, like, let's say, is poverty the same for men and women, or is poverty the same for persons in rural and urban areas? Or are the privations that are specific for rural areas that I don't need to prioritize in urban areas? And what are the differences? And this is really key or important point when you are thinking about targeting or when you're thinking about social protection, because what you want is to really understand what is poverty in order to be able to implement the best social protection policies that you can in order to reduce poverty. And more importantly is to reach levels of well-being and lower levels of living standards that are like adequate or better. So this is why is multidimensional poverty important, and some of the relations of why we are interested in multidimensional poverty now. So I know that we need to break at 12, so we have 15 minutes, so I just want to go through these really quick and open to questions. We are going to talk about these in the next session, so don't worry if we go a little bit fast. But the important here, and one of the things that is key aspect, is that when you are creating a multidimensional poverty index, you take different normative decisions. One of the things that they always criticize us, and they always say like, oh no, multidimensional poverty measures are really subjective. They have a lot of normative decisions and so on. If someone of you have worked in income poverty measures, you will see that the normative decisions are all over the place. The only thing is that we in multidimensional poverty are quite explicit on what are the normative decisions. So in here we take 7 normative decisions, and they are really key and really straightforward and important in order that we think about how multidimensional poverty informs social protection systems. So the first one is the purpose. And for me, this is the most important one. If I say, I want a national poverty measure, you want a measure that is going to tell you how many people are poor in your country, how many people are suffering these deprivations, and you might be able to disaggregate it. But if I say, okay, I want a multidimensional poverty measure that informs what are the groups that are going to be prioritized for social protection systems, so you will need to take different informed decisions. So we, a couple of years during the pandemic, we created a multidimensional vulnerability index in the case of Honduras, and it was because we wanted to provide a benefit, a cash, an in-kind transfer to people who were in higher risk of COVID. So we identified, it was like around June that we didn't know a lot about COVID. So we really needed to prioritize people. We didn't have a lot of money. So the government just have like a specific amount of money and say, I want to reach those who are in biggest need, they have higher risk. And that was the goal. So we designed the measure based on that goal. We wanted to target that population. We wanted to identify that population, and we wanted really to consider what were the dimensions of poverty or vulnerability that that specific group was facing. So multidimensional poverty measures can have like multiple purposes, but the purpose will guide the other normative decisions. The second normative decision is the unit identification and analysis. What are the differences? The unit identification is where are you going to aggregate the deprivations. So you are going to have like most of, and the national MPI for Namibia uses the household. So I'm assuming that households share in somehow deprivations and achievements. So if I am deprived in school attendance, my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister will be deprived in school attendance. If I'm not deprived in school attendance, my household will share that non-deprivation or that achievement. So that's what household measures mean. And this happens not only with multidimensional poverty. Income poverty is the same. We are assuming that there is an equal or similar distribution in the different achievements in here. And you can have measures that are for the individuals or measures that are for the household. National MPIs are usually for the household. We have this assumption. It is for different reasons. It is because data constraints, creating a national MPI at the individual level, it demands a lot of data. And the second is also because most of the countries around the world have planned the policies of poverty reduction strategies to reduce household deprivations. There are like different individual transfers, let's say, or individual policies, but most of them use the household as the unit of identification. They say we are going to target households, so we are going to prioritize households, so we are going to do this with the household. So it aligns a lot with the poverty measures or the poverty reduction policies. And the unit of analysis is only how the data is reported. So you will see that we report in most of the surveys or in most of the reports, it will be households of people living in households who are multidimensionally poor or people who are multidimensionally poor. Once you have identified what is the purpose and what is the unit identification, you are going to choose the dimensions. So in the afternoon, you're going to have like a task, and I'm going to show you what is the national MPI for Namibia. And I want you to see that you are going to have dimensions and indicators. The dimensions are really important, but the dimensions are like concepts. We call it umbrella concepts. And these umbrella concepts are like the thing that you would like to measure. I would like to measure health, but only when I move to the indicators is that I measure properly health, because the indicator is the way that you operationalize the measure. So you can have health and you can have as indicator life expectancy. So you are measuring or you're operationalizing health as life expectancy. And that's the same that happens with the MPIs. So you have you have dimensions like education, and you operationalize those dimensions with the indicators that are like school attendance or years of schooling. What is important to hear is that when you are choosing the dimensions and the indicators, you need to consider the purpose of the measure. So if you are going to focus on the national measure, you need to take decisions about, okay, what is the minimal level of level of education that you're expecting everyone to have, and use that. But if you want to target or you want to design a measure that is more like focusing on education. So you don't want only to focus on the minimal standard of education, but you want to focus on what are the quality of the education. So you can include those indicators in there. So one thing that is important to consider in here is that you need indicators that are robust statistically. So you need indicators that are also flow, it moves over time. You don't want indicators that are stuck, that always are going to stay there, because if not, your policy will not show, like the indicator will not capture changes in the or the good or bad of the policies. You need also to have indicators that are feasible. So you want indicators not really expensive. So we are now in a discussion of what will be a good indicator of quality of education. And unfortunately, in this stage, it is really difficult to measure quality of education, because quality of education, you want outcomes. You want that to see if the child has learned. And to see if the child has learned, you need to test the child. You need to say, okay, what are like basic maths or basic language skills. So it's really expensive, and you need to really like make the measure to be feasible in order that you can compute the measure more than just once. I'm going to move in here, like the deprivation cutoffs and like what is the minimum standard in each of the indicators. So if you have an indicator in health or access to health, what is access to health in the context of Namibia? We're going to see this after lunch. So you already have done this process, but it's important to know it and to know that this is a process of like discussion, and it's a process that usually multidimensional poverty indices respond to policies. So we don't want indices that don't respond to policies, because we want that the MPI is used for policy. Therefore, we need to include deprivation that are really like the minimum standard. So I consider that everyone in a country needs to have access to health, at least 5 or maximum with 5 kilometers distance. So I need a health facility that is just 5 kilometers distance, or I need I need access to water, a clean source of water that is maximum 30 minutes walking round trip. So it's like this. What are the minimal levels of deprivation that you have? And to choose the deprivation cutoffs based on the purpose of the MPI. So if you want a per MPI that is capturing extreme poverty or destitution, you go to the extreme. So in the case of the global MPI, we have like a destitution MPI. So in here, we have, like, let's say in sanitation, like the household is deprived if the sanitation is open defecation. But instead, in the global MPI, that is like acute poverty, like we have like the sanitation is deprived, not only if it's open defecation, but also like the latrine is not improved, is not ventilated, and so on. So you have like higher levels of deprivation, or you can move the deprivation cutoffs according to the purpose of your measure. And that will be really helpful when you are designing multidimensional poverty measures in order to inform social protection policies. Also, you need to consider, and we're going to move, like when we are computing MPIs, because it's an index that is aggregated, you need to choose some of the weights. And the weights, it's something that is, it's a normative decision. It is like the relative importance that you are going to give to each of the indicators. And what you are going to say is that if you have 5 dimensions, 10 indicators, you want to see how much of all these indicators are important to the MPI. So we have different ways of setting the weights. Like the important in here is that you can use, like usually we use normative weights. And normative weights is that we define how weights are important. We define like how each of the dimension will have, or which is the weight that each dimension has. One important thing in here is to realize that when you are setting the weights, it has like always gets a lot of controversial, like because people say, no, for me, it's more important to have education. And the other person say, for me, it's important to have water and sanitation. And it depends also from where you come from. But what is important in here is that the weights, if you play a lot with the weights, you are imposing your own normative decisions. And what we want is that the contribution of each of the indicators to the poverty is given mainly because of the percentage of people who are multidimensionally poor. So what you want is that if you have 90% of the population that is multidimensionally poor, that indicator, or 90% of the population who is deprived in one indicator, that indicator has more contribution or a higher contribution to multidimensional poverty. And that you can give it like, you can just leave the weights like everyone has the same weight or something like that, and you can have that effect. If you start thinking like, okay, maybe I put a little bit more in here and in here, you're going to have another variable that is going to change the results and the contribution. And we are going to see that a little bit in the next session when we talk about the multidimensional poverty index in Namibia. I will explain you that. And the final decision is like the poverty cutoff or the poverty line. This is like the minimum level that you need in order to be multidimensionally poor. And here is the minimal level of deprivations. So you will have like, if you have 3 deprivations, you will be multidimensionally poor. Contrary to the poverty, to the income poverty line, in here, higher the poverty line is higher what you are going to demand to be deprived. So it's not that if you have like a higher, like a poverty line of 50%, you're going to have less people who are multidimensionally poor because less people are going to be deprived in that number of deprivations. So in here, and don't worry if a lot of this doesn't make sense, it will make sense when we presented the national MPI. But in here, what I'm saying is like, I expect at least for a person to be multidimensionally poor, need to be deprived in 2, 3, 4 dimensions or indicators. And that's what you expect. Once a person is more or has higher number of deprivations, it will be like it will present higher levels of multidimensional poverty. So those are the normative decisions, and it's really, really important to keep them in mind. As I mentioned, maybe a lot of these things is like, for now, if you know the national MPI for Namibia, maybe a lot of these make sense. Maybe a lot of this is like new information. Don't worry about it. Like what I want you to know is that we have multidimensional poverty measures that are capturing those extra dimensions of poverty that income poverty usually doesn't capture. That there is a lot of normative or a lot of evidence, more, it's better to say like that, there is a lot of evidence that support the use of multidimensional poverty measures. And now what we are trying to do, and we are trying to understand, is how multidimensional poverty measures can contribute to the analysis of social protection. And in the next session after lunch, I'm going to explain you a little bit about how, if we think about social protection from a transformative point of view, having an MPI or a multidimensional vulnerability index or a multidimensional measure per se can help you to capture all those aspects of poverty that income poverty are not capturing. And that's important because one of the things and one of the factors that it brings us here is that we have realized in the last 20 years, 25 years, is that income, or if you do like a social transfer or you just do cash transfers, you are going to have effects not only in income poverty or mainly in other indicators, because reduction of income poverty is really difficult, but you are going to have increases in human capital. You are going to increase other services. And when we think about social protection systems, we need to think about how we coordinate different things, how we coordinate different parts of the puzzle in order that we achieve not only poverty reduction, that's one of the goals, but we also achieve that the society has a higher well-being, is in a higher position. And that's why we are looking here. Like we are looking like how we can really transform societies from a multidimensional poverty or a multidimensional perspective. So I know that you need to run, but I hope we can have time for some questions. Any question?
Questions? If at all you need to ask Monica questions, you can come up here because the mic is not working very well, you know, with the Zoom connection. So anybody with a burning question, or you want to hold it off until after lunch? After lunch? Okay, all right, great. So then maybe we can, Jacob, you want to say something? No. All right, okay. So then maybe we can go for lunch at 12, like we were requested by the hotel, because they have a number of meetings here. So they want us to go and eat before the other groups come out. So we can quickly go have our lunch, then come back to continue the conversation. Thank you so much. Lunch is outside, right? Melat has left, but I think it's just out here in the beautiful courtyard. Thank you so much. 1 hour, yes. 1 hour, we come back after an hour. Okay? Monica, we are going for lunch now. Okay. We'll see you after an hour. All right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. thing is really sensitive. I'm saying it's really sensitive. No, you know, I want to see how we move it around, but if you, the moment you touch it, if you want to unplug that one. Okay. And then the focusing. What you want to eject your.
Yeah.
Yeah. There.
This one.
Okay. So.
No, just yeah.
Yeah, so for the rest of the presentations, if we're presenting from up here, we should do share screen, so that way Monica can actually can also see it.
I don't think
so. She wasn't saying mine.
Yes,
No, we're for later. Yeah.
Okay.
Like we can't do it from a different computer.
Yeah.
Like it has to be from unless well, if you send it to me, I can project it from mine. But
Okay. But now most of them.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more presentations, isn't it?
One for
yeah.
Or maybe
yeah, so
we
we'll just make sure.
might have. Yeah. So you are doing the afternoon.
moderation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the promotion.
It's only one change. Yeah. They are not doing.
Oh yes, I saw that.
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah. So that's it. So it's just know that it's money.
Two.
Yeah, just the two.
Okay.
So it should be good. I think we should be able to make up.
And for your DSA, what's
DSA
where? Tomorrow.
So
Okay.
let them know at the end of the day.
Okay. All
Which
right.
is good.
Yeah, they need to have that peace of mind.
Yeah. We'll tell them at the end of the day.
Not the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're for the one thing. Now I think this is now for yes. Yes. Then of course they took what yeah. Yes. Okay, they are all independent. But it's based on the same concept. Yes. Here's my card. You can share with me the picture.
Yes, definitely. I have your
Okay. Okay, how will you do? So in here, yeah,
Okay. I'm going to go to the next. Just make sure you scan the QR code. You'll still be able to fill out. I'm just going to open it up so we can continue the survey. So I'll wait another minute. Okay. Next question. Due to the cost of living crisis, living standards in Namibia have 1, worsened and expected further deterioration. 2, worsened but expect improvements. 3, remain the same but may worsen in the near future. 4, remain the same and not expecting an impact in the near future. Okay, so initial responses, it looks like most people are thinking it's worsened and expecting further deterioration. I'm going to move through the slides, but what I'll do, we'll keep the survey open so people can continue to take it later in the day, and I'll put the QR code back up at the end of the day. So anybody who didn't have a chance, we can continue to accept responses and have it as part of the total. Okay, looks like a few more people expect improvements. Okay. Where do you see the biggest post-COVID-19 challenges in the country? Firstly, people dimension, prosperity dimension, planet dimension, partnership dimension, or peace dimension. Okay, so we've got a very high count for people dimension, which is definitely relevant for social protection systems. Next question. To what extent is SDG 2, Zero Hunger, a priority for national government? 1, it is a priority and its relevance has increased due to the current inflation levels. 2, it is a priority, but there are more pressing issues for national government. 3, it is not a priority for national government. Or 4, it is among the top priorities. Okay, so it looks like most people think it's a top priority. We have the highest count for it's a priority and its relevance has increased due to inflation levels. And next question, to what extent has SDG 7 on clean and affordable energy a priority for national government? One, it is priority and its relevance has increased due to the inflation levels. Two, it is a priority, but there are more pressing issues for the national government. Three, it is not a priority for the national government. Or four, it's among the top priorities. Okay, so it looks like perspectives are fairly split for this, but the highest count is that it's a priority, but there are more pressing issues. Next, to your knowledge, which of the following measures has the government put in place to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and the rising cost of living? Sorry, this is a bit small. I hope you can read it. Firstly, support measures for people living in poverty and in vulnerable situations. 2, support measures targeting women and children. 3, subsidies for housing and transport. 4, unemployment benefits. 5, measures to reduce food insecurity. Or 6, other. Okay, so it looks like the highest count is for poverty and people in vulnerable situations so far. There's 7 counts for other. Out of curiosity, does anyone want to just shout out, announce what are some of the other categories? Oh, okay. Anything else? Anything not listed that was a priority? In your work, are you using the SDGs as a framework in response to the triple crisis? Triple crisis refers to fuel, food, and finance. 1, yes, we have been using the SDGs before the crisis and continue to use them to address recovery phase. 2, not yet, but planning to do so. 3, no, and we have no intention to do so. 4, yes, did not use the SDGs before, but using them now to inform recovery phase. Or 5, other. Okay, great. It looks like the largest number of people think that, yes, the SDGs have been part of the framing before and continue to be. What type of data do you use to track progress on the SDGs? 1, national generated by the Namibia Statistics Agency. 2, international data or regional from UN System, World Bank, etc. 3, local and regional data. 4, qualitative data. Or 5, other. Okay, so it looks like the highest count is for national data, followed by local and regional, and then international data. What are the challenges the government has faced or is currently facing in implementing the 2030 Agenda and AU Agenda 2063? 1, lack of financial resources. 2, shifting political priorities. 3, lack of vertical coordination. 4, lack of horizontal coordination. 5, lack of awareness. 6, lack of knowledge. 7, lack of data. Or 8, other.
Can you clarify vertical and horizontal?
Yeah, sure. So I think vertical refers to like different across different level of government from let's say local to national, like upwards and downwards from sort of grassroots levels to the more national strategic levels. And horizontal might be across different sectors, different ministries, looking between areas, for example, agriculture, gender, different areas, industry. Okay, so it looks like there's a lot of responses for lack of financial resources, followed by lack of horizontal coordination, and then lack of data. In your opinion, what contributes to the success of SDG implementation in Namibia? 1, political leadership at the national level. 2, political leadership at the local and regional level. 3, peer-to-peer learning with other countries. 4, peer-to-peer learning with other cities, towns, or regions in the country. 5, dedicated support for the government. 6, dedicated funding from donors and other sources. 7, high level of citizen engagement. Or 8, other. Okay, so it looks like most people think the biggest contributor was dedicated funding support from the government, followed by high level of citizen engagement and political leadership at the local and regional levels. Oh, and national levels, they tied now. What impact does the triple crisis have on the human and financial capacity of your office to work on the SDGs, including on social protection? 1, less funding has been allocated to work on SDGs. 2, the crisis of fuel, food, and finance has not affected capacity to work on the SDGs. 3, funding for social protection and other SDG-related activities has been increased. 4, number of people working on SDGs has increased compared to before the triple crisis. 5, work on SDGs has been stopped or put on hold. Or 6, other. Okay, interesting. So far we have a tie between less funding has been allocated to the SDGs and funding for social protection and other SDGs activities has increased. Okay, we're getting more votes for less funding for SDGs. What do you expect to have gained at the conclusion of this workshop? 1, strengthened capacity to design integrated and evidence-based social protection policies and strategies. 2, enhanced understanding of multidimensional poverty measured and application of leave no one behind principle. 3, enhanced understanding of how to design, compute, and analyze an MPI for a social protection perspective. 4, recognize the complementarity characteristic of different frameworks in use in Namibia to monitor advances in social protection related SDG targets. Or 5, provide inputs for next steps towards a consolidation of strategy for the efficient use of current frameworks to monitor social protection goals. Okay, so we have the highest counts for enhanced understanding of MPI, and also high for strengthened capacity to design integrated evidence-based social protection policies. Okay, that's the end of the survey. We'll leave it open. So I think you can continue to, add your responses if you haven't yet. I'll put the QR up one more time at the end of this, of today, in case anyone didn't have a chance. Thank you. Over to you, Anson.
Thanks, Lana. I think the purpose of this survey, you are a very important group of stakeholders, right? You are implementing government policy. You are supposed to be understanding how all these things happening in the world relate to the work you do, and you have, at least your expectations are the average person in Katutura should understand what the government has been doing to help them out during this crisis. And from your results, I think they're quite interesting to us, but I think when we get to the end of the day, we'll look at the full set of results. It helps you to think about social protection. It helps you to think about how people perceive what is being done. And of course, you are critical civil servants. So you can imagine if you take the same survey and you take it out, are you likely to get different results, or you're likely to get something close to it? But we just feel like this is a kind of an interesting survey to have. So now we have 2 more presentations this afternoon. We hope at least not to keep you here for a long day. So the next presentation that we have is from Mr. Wilbard Nashandi, who will give a presentation on the structure of the social protection system in Namibia. At least he will give us, what are some of the main contributory and non-contributory programs that exist, and how they are funded, and who are the main beneficiaries. And then after Wilbert, we will go back to Monica, who will at least give us another discussion on the Namibia MPI. And then we'll have some group discussion and stakeholder mapping. And then I think we'll have a discussion.
Sorry, but I feel like because we are a little bit behind in the agenda. First, it was social protection and multidimensional poverty, because we still have one session from the morning behind. So I don't know how you want to organize that. Okay,
all right.
Don't worry.
The floor is yours. So we'll hear from Monica. So she has another session now on social protection and multidimensional poverty. And then after that, we will go to Mr. Nashandi. So Monica, you have the floor.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed your lunch and the presentation, and the survey was really nice to see all your answers. So we are going to talk about multidimensional poverty and social protection, and then once we talk about how is the social protection system in Namibia, we have a clear idea of how we can join together multidimensional poverty and social protection. So the first thing that we need to consider in here is the definition of social protection. And this morning we saw like a definition, and we were like talking about social protection beyond just like conditional or cash transfers in general. And social protection has like an objective of being transformative. And this objective of being transformative means that we want individuals not only to leave poverty, but also to overcome all situations and to prevent to go again to become poor or to fall into poverty. So the definition of social protection from a transformative perspective, and that is like lots of definitions on social protection, but most of the definitions on social protection that align with multidimensional poverty are related to this one. And social protection is a set of all initiatives, both formal and informal, that provide social assistance to extremely poor individuals and households, social services to groups who need special care or will otherwise be denied access to basic services, social insurance to protect people against the risk and consequence of livelihood shocks, and social equity to protect people against social risk, such as discrimination and abuse. This means that we have, or we need to have programs or systems or any activities to reduce poverty. So we need to go and identify who are the poor and really support them. We also need different activities in order that we provide or guarantee access to services to people who are poor or vulnerable, because not everyone who don't have access to services is poor. There are a lot of people who are vulnerable, and that's something that we learned during the pandemic. There is a lot of people, like in a lot of countries, we were like really well prepared to provide support to poor people. But when we start identifying that not only poor people were facing the worst consequence of the pandemic, but they are also like middle class, or there was like a vulnerable population that were facing really bad situations, we were like saying like, okay, what's going to happen? What's happening? We were not prepared. So in here, what we are saying is like, we need to identify those who are poor, but we also need to know what are the needs of those who are vulnerable to poverty or who are in higher risk. And we are really interested in those as well, because those are the ones who, once a shock affects them, they go into poverty. So if nowadays that we are facing a lot of environmental shocks, we know that there are people, the poor, face really high consequence or really bad consequence of those shocks. But we also know that those who are vulnerable or who are really close to poverty lines, or who don't have enough assets or social network or networks or like different resilience aspects, are the ones who become poor. And sometimes it becomes almost impossible to leave poverty. So because of that, social protection also faces in that. And one thing that is really important is to realize that social protection also includes formal and informal activities. So we usually focus on the formal ones because are the ones that are provided by the state. We all in here are working with an institution that is like a governmental institution, but there are other social protection or social activities that provide support to people in order that they don't become poor, or that once they face a shock, they don't become, they are not extremely vulnerable. So it is important to have these, and this transformative function that you see here is the one that it will help us not only to reduce or eliminate poverty, but to really create and make that the society is stronger and has a better well-being. So we want a society that is not only about the one that is like surviving, but we want a society that is improving, that like over time it is getting better. So we don't want to continue in like just this position where we are just having things in order that people don't become poor, but we want that poor people stop being poor and start moving across the distribution of income and in goods and services, and they have a better well-being. So social protection is a key element for that. I want to touch, and maybe this graph, you cannot see it, but when you have the slides, you can see it better. One thing is like, social protection is not something new. It's a concept that is relatively new, let's say like that. It started more or less in 2000, like the social protection concept. But when we are talking about welfare states, we have like a long tradition of welfare states. And in the 90s, there is like the first classification of welfare states around the world. And there was a classification of European states on how they were providing services across the populations. So I don't want to go into detailing here, but what I want to say is that there are different ways to see social protection, and there are different countries have implemented different programs or structures of the social protection systems that depend a lot on how they see society and the relation with the market and the relation of the state. So we have programs, or we have countries that are more social democratic, that is in here, that they say that that we need all to guarantee universal benefits. So when we think, and I don't want to go into the universal and targeting discussion in this moment, but when we think about universal services, we think about states that think that the role of the state is a massive one, and that the state needs to provide services to all the population, no matter the level of income, no matter the level of need, but everyone has the same rights, and everyone needs to have coverage. And in here, when you think about this universal or type of system, you are thinking about that we want to reduce poverty, but we also want to guarantee access to services and access to good services to everyone in the society. We have another extreme that is like the more conservative, or like more like Germany in this case, and these states are like more based on like we have a labor market, or we have a labor force in here, and the labor force you are contributing, and because you are contributing, you are going to be covered by some of the aspects, and the states will provide some services to people who are in need. But usually we are not going to have like a massive role. They have like a minimum, like a medium-sized role, let's say like that. And the family also plays a role in provision of services. And we have the other extreme that is the liberal ones, that is more like UK or the US, where you have like the market will take care of the system, and the state will only provide to those who are in strong or in the highest need. And why I'm saying this, and why it's important to keep this in mind, I'm not trying to say that this classification is perfect. In most of the low middle income countries, Africa, Latin America, or Asia, this classification doesn't work. But what it establishes is that it depends on how you are distributing the things. And social protection has been thinking, or the social protection systems have like a history of like, we are going to provide services to people to avoid risk. And the question or the word risk is always really strong, because what we want is that, or what we recognize in here is that humans are facing different risks across time. So when you are a child, you have risk of different diseases, or you have high levels of dependency. When you are in a working age, you have risk of unemployment, you have risk of disability, you have risk when you are a mother, you need to be covered during your motherhood months. So you have like different phases, you're facing different risks across your life. And social protection systems are thinking or have been planned in order to cover all those risks, and in order to be able to support people who are needing. So unfortunately, this perspective is like thinking like when you are working, when you are in your working age, you are producing and you have your income and you can support yourselves. So in here, what we are saying is like, there are some things around your life that might reduce your capacity to be able to support yourselves. So you have the state, or you have like the society, or you have the market who are going to support you. So there are different instruments, and the most important instruments in social protection are social transfers. That is what we usually know as social assistance programs. We have social insurance, that is also known as the contributory or social security part. We have the labor market regulations, we have social services, and we have micro insurance. Depending on the classification, you will have only social assistance, social security, and labor market policies. But nowadays, the social protection literature has increased in the scope, and it has said and has realized, and here is where multidimensional poverty becomes important. It has realized that it's not only about contributory or not contributory. It's about the other services that make that the system really works. So this is the most basic definitions of social protection systems. So in social protection systems, you will have like the contributory part. So the contributory part is social insurance, usually covers people who are contributing to the system, and you contribute to the system through the labor market. So most of you will know that every month when you receive your salary, they have contributions to pensions, contributions to health, contributions to different things. So those are the contributions that you and your employee are making to the system. The problem in the case of most of low middle income countries, and in the case of Namibia, is that you have a high level of informality. That means that there is like around 70% of the labor force that is informal, or that they don't contribute to the system. So if we think about just having a social protection system that is based on the contributory part, we're going to leave outside 70% of the population. So because of that, and because of the complexities of the societies, especially in countries that are like in developing countries, the social assistance has gained a lot of importance. So social assistance is like the new part of the social protection, let's say like that, because the contributory part, that's really old. That's since the 19th century, there are contributory systems. But the social assistance part is relatively new, and it started in the 90s with the social net, safety nets, with a perspective of a concept that says, like, we need to provide some support to people. We need to really recognize that people is in high risk. And in the 90s, there was like the main social protection or conditional cash transfers that start with Progresa in Mexico and Bolsa Familia, Bolsa Escola in Brazil. And then in the 2000s, the number of countries that have now social assistance programs has increased. And most of the countries, especially low middle income countries, have at least one social assistance program now. But the social assistance program have, at the core of this, is to think that there are people who need the support of the state. They need the support of the state because of different consequences or different things. In the case of Namibia, and in Namibia, you have a really good system or social assistance system because you have universal old age pension. So in here, you're covering the risk of old age. And in the risk of old age, it means that it's supposed that when you reach an age, you cannot work. And because of that, you need the support. You also have the disability grant, and you also have the veteran grant and the child grant that is lower the amount, but it's also like covers an important percentage of the population. So you have these transfers to people who are in high risk and people who are in need. And those are in this social assistance part. And you have other components in here that is in the social protection system. That is the labor market interventions. You also have subsidies, informal social protection, and others. But this is the main structure of the social protection system, and it's important to understand where are we moving. And when we are thinking about, and most of the conversations that we are going to have are going to be based in the non-contributory part, in the social assistance part. Because the social or the contributory part, it depends a lot about the labor market regulations, on the increased formality. That is important to keep in mind this. It's like the system works, or the social protection systems at the beginning were planned in order that you have a high percentage of people in the contributory part and a small percentage of people in the non-contributory part. In most other countries, the non-contributory part covers an important percentage of the population. So in here, you are going to face fiscal constraints, you have like the fiscal restriction, because these social assistance programs are based or are paid by taxes or by international money that is borrowed from international banks. So it's important to keep in mind that. So if you want to increase the social assistance, you will need to increase like the amount of money that you collect through taxes, or you will need to increase the amount of money that people can provide you or redistribute things. So there is like different ways in order to increase the financial space, the fiscal space, but it's important to keep this in mind when we are discussing this. And that also brings the attention of why we need to prioritize several groups, why we need to prioritize several things in order that little by little we are moving to this goal, that is that everyone has access to the benefits that they deserve and that they need. Another thing is that social protection, even though it's only collected or is collected in one of the SDGs, that SDG 1.3, is also related to others. There is like the SDG 3.8 that is achieve universal health coverage, that this is really related with health. Sometimes health systems are included or as part of the social protection. Sometimes they are not part of the social protection. For the conversation of multidimensional poverty, we are bringing them to the discussion, but it depends on how you include it or how you don't include it, that they become like a key element. Another thing is that you will have the decent work and in the target 8.5 that you have in here. The one thing that is important to consider in here is that you want decent jobs. So you want jobs that provide support to men and women, that provide benefits. And this is really related with social protection, but especially the contributory part. You have also for the SDG number 5, you have all the care policies. Care policies have gained more and more importance in the last 5-10 years. So there is more countries around the world that are promoting care policies, national care policies. So this is becoming part of a strategic part of the social protection system. And social protection reduces inequalities because you are providing support to people who are living in poverty, you are reducing inequalities between groups, you are reducing and improving the living standards of the populations. When we go and we move to social protection in Africa, we need to recognize that Africa as a whole continent has only 17% of the population covered for social protection systems. This is social assistance, specifically. And in the south of Africa, Southern Africa, you have 46%. Namibia and South Africa are two of the countries that have a highest coverage of social protection. You have other parts of Africa, like Central Africa or Eastern Africa, that the coverage is lower than is 11. And you have like Northern Africa, the coverage is a little bit higher. But in here, and you are an expert on this more than me, if you see, it's also related with the history of social protection. Like, as I mentioned, in Namibia and South Africa, you have one of the highest coverage in social protection, but also one of the longest histories of social protection, like the old age pension in Namibia is one of the largest or the oldest in the whole Africa. So that also gives you a lot of chance to increase the coverage and to increase the percentage of people who are covered by social assistance programs. So this is something important to consider. As was mentioned before, we are not covering, like, the percentage of the population who are covered by social protection around the world is relatively limited. In most of the countries, the people or the group that is more covered are people who are old age. So in this graph, you can see what is the effective coverage of social protection. So you see all people, all persons are 77.5% of them are covered. So you have like grants, all age grants, but you see other types of risk, like the unemployed around the world is only less than 20%. In the case of Africa, you see similar distributions. You see that all age persons, all persons are covering in the 27%. Meanwhile, you see that people who are unemployed, only 5.3% are covered. So this is also related with how the systems have increased, and most of the systems around the world have been, or the coverage has been related with, let's cover first pensions, because pensions, old age is a high risk that has been recognized for longer. And then they are covering other types of risk. And also thinking about unemployment or like work injury, although those are mainly related with the contributory system. So when we have like challenges like in informality, we need to realize how social protection has expanded or can expand to informal workers, because they are facing higher risk, and they are not only facing the risk of poverty, but they are facing other risks associated with the type of occupation that they are facing. In here, what we can see is that this is for Africa, and this is the number of the percentage of countries that have increased the type of benefits. So there is like a number of countries around this is for around the world. My apologies for that. This is around the world. So where we see is that countries around the world have included or have increased the number of the coverage of the services of the type of programs that they are using, and they are like the unemployment continue being one of the ones that are left behind. And there is not a lot of countries, especially low middle income countries, that include services on unemployment, but there is a lot of countries that have included, especially for the contributory part. So they have benefits for mothers, they have benefits for work injuries. So this is a better coverage around the world. One thing, again, I want to emphasize this, like this works really well for those who are in the contributory system. If you are not contributing, you need to go to another place. And finally, These are the last statistics that I want to show you. This is for Africa, the region. What we can see in here is what we have seen before. We have like high coverage in old age. So people who are older are receiving, most of them, like contributory pensions or no contributory pensions. It depends on the country. There are countries that have like universal no contributory pension, like you have in Namibia. There are countries that don't have any pension for anyone. So it depends on the country. And again, like we have like maternity programs that are like only in the contributory. So a woman who is working in the informal sector, who are having children, she will not receive any support from anyone. And the same happen like if you become sick and you are working, if you are working in the informal sector, you will not receive any support. So it's important to understand this difference between the contributory and the non-contributory and see how they interact. So going to move here to talk about social assistance. And social assistance, we're going to focus because it's the thing that we as a government or we as a nation and the multidimensional poverty can become more and more relevant. So social assistance is these programs that are or aim to cover those who are not in the contributory system. So those who are not contributing, we are going to cover them by social assistance. We have to include children, elderly, low-income families, poor families, the unemployed, those who are persons with disability, or those who are facing different risks across their lives. There are different programs and different instruments to cover them. The most common or the most popular are social or cash transfers. But cash transfers are recognized that only don't work so well. They work in some cases, but it's not only about giving money to the poor, it's giving money and opportunities to use properly that money. So there is a lot of evidence that says that if you just give cash, but you don't provide like a proper market, or you don't provide like opportunities for people to buy proper food, or the food, like people cannot use that food in the best way that they could. At the same time, like when we are thinking about social assistance, we need to think about what is the objective of social assistance. So in most of the cases, conditional or not conditional cash transfers aim to improve human capital. And when you aim to improve human capital, what you want to improve is like increase education and increase health. And in order to do that, you need to guarantee that there are schools and that there are medical facilities or facilities where people can go in the case that they become sick. And those aspects go beyond cash. And because of that, there are different programs that are like Cash Plus that maybe you have heard about it. That is like when we provide cash, but we also provide like we train people, we provide support, psychological support, we provide coaching or encourage people, or we do other types of activities. One thing that complements social assistance are the social protection floors. And the social protection floors aim to be universal. And in here, what we are saying is that we want to guarantee that people have access to healthcare services. So it doesn't matter your level of income, it doesn't matter your level of, if you are poor or not poor, everyone in a country should have access to healthcare. Maybe if you have income, you will be able to pay private providers, and that's fine. But what we need to guarantee is the basic layer of healthcare. Also, we want to secure or we want to provide income security to children. Because if we provide income security to children, we are going to be able to provide or guarantee access to nutritious food. We are going to guarantee access to education, to care. So another aspect of the social protection floors is how we guarantee this income security for children. We also want to guarantee income security for persons with disability or during the maternity leave. We want to support women when they are having a baby in order that they don't go to poverty just because they are in the labor and taking care of the baby during the first months. We need to support women in that situation, but also we need to support persons with disability if they cannot work or they cannot participate in the labor market, or just because of the extra cost of disability or associated with disability. And of course, we want to guarantee that all persons or persons who are in the retirement age can get access to a pension, in that pension can cover their needs. So those are the basic or the social protection floors. And there is a lot of research that has said like how much the countries or how much countries in Africa, Latin America, or in Asia will need to spend in order to guarantee these points. And I feel like when we discuss a little bit more about the social protection system in Namibia, you are in a really good path in this coverage of the social protection floor. Okay, so with this in mind, now I want to summarize all this information before we move to multidimensional poverty. So what happened? So we have social protection systems that are contributory, non-contributory, and labor. What is important, we are going to focus on the social assistant or not contributory, because we are going to focus on those percentage of those people who don't contribute to the system, who don't have a formal employment, who have or face higher risk of living in poverty or face higher vulnerability. The second thing that we can't focus is that most of the social protection around the world, when they start the evaluations, including those evaluations of Progresa, Oportunidades in Mexico, or Bolsa de Familia, Bolsa Escola in Brazil, what they have found is that the cash is good, but it's not reducing poverty. So if you see the impact of social assistance or the cash transfers on poverty reduction in the percentage of the incidence of poverty reduction is not as high as you will expect. However, one of the things that has social protection is that increased human capital. So in the case of Progresa or Bolsa Escola, Bolsa de Familia, what they saw is that because of the transfer, children were going to school more. Children were having better nutrition status. So maybe their families were not becoming richer, but the children were becoming better in their nutrition status and better in their education achievements. And that will be, or what is the consequence of that is that in the future generation, the risk of poverty will be much lower. So that's something that is important. And also, there's a lot of evidence that says that social protection of these transfers improve access to food or reduce food insecurity. So if you have the transfer and you have access to markets and you have access to nutritious food, you will reduce food insecurity. You also then have like different effects, and I'm going to show you one table. Maybe you can see it. I hope you can, when you have the slides, you can see it better. But this is a systematic review that it was in 2023 that review all the effects and the major effects of social protection in different indicators. And what you see is that you have effects on education, you have effects on health and nutrition, you have effects on employment, have effects in savings and empowerment. So social protection has an effect in different dimensions of poverty. And these dimensions of poverty are associated, but not only with income or consumption. These dimensions of poverty are associated with the fact that if you give money to a person with disability, the person with disability will have voice in their household and will be able to contribute to the household, and people will respect him or her much better. And it's also like if you give money to a person or to a household, the household will prioritize different decisions, and people like poor people is really, really clever in how they distribute the money. So they prioritize things like sending children to education or like providing different services of vaccination, things like that. So social protection has an effect on different indicators that are not income indicators, so non-monetary indicators. Therefore, it's really important and interesting to try to evaluate and see how different or how a multidimensional poverty measure can capture those deprivations and can capture those gains of social protection that are not only related with income, because if we only measure the effect of social protection by the income or the poverty reduction, unfortunately, we're not going to say, okay, this is reduced, especially because in here you need to account that social protection or the cash transfers, it depends in most of the countries, the amount is relatively low. So you are not covering the minimum wage, or you are not covering like the minimum standards, you are covering like 50% or 40%. And there is like a lot of explanation of why the amount is lower or higher. But one thing is that that amount will not reduce poverty because it will not push you out of poverty, and especially because it will not maintain over time. So there is a lot of discussion as well on how we graduate people from social protection programs. So there is an important discussions in there in order that we say, okay, maybe what we need to measure is how social protection is creating these gains in households and individuals that will provide them the characteristics in order to overcome poverty. And that is where multidimensional poverty measures come. So now, really quickly, I'm going to show you how the Alcaire-Foster method works and why we talk about the Alcaire-Foster first, because Sabine Alcaire and James Foster, Sabine Alcaire is the director of OFI, they create this methodology with the aim to really capture multidimensional poverty or poverty from a multidimensional perspective. And they were thinking in the importance of not only thinking about one dimension or like being deprived in one thing, but they say like the important in here is to understand what is the composition of poverty and how the composition of poverty affects differently to different people. So these are the steps that we saw this morning. I'm just gonna show you how the MPI is computed. The Alcaire-Foster method is really, really simple. Like if you know how to add or like to do basic maths, it's really straightforward. So the first thing is that we're going to compute the incidence, the intensity, and the MPI. So this is the basic formula of the Alcaire-Foster. The MPI is the results of the multiplication of the incidence of the percentage of people who are multidimensionally poor, also the intensity of the percentage of the indicators in which poor people are deprived. So one thing in here is that we are not only interested in those who are poor, but we are also interested in how poor those are. So I am interested in knowing if those who are poor are really, really poor or are not just poor, but are really close to the poverty line. And my policies will change depending on that. So if I have a lot of people who is deprived in all the indicators, so they are extremely poor, my policies should be different. That if I have a lot of people who are close to the poverty line and they just need a push to be outside poverty. And one of the advantages of the MPI is it can be decomposable by groups, or you can compute the MPI by different groups. And you also can compute the MPI and know the composition. So in here, I can understand how is the composition of poverty in the rural areas, at the urban areas, and how that differs. And you can do it by groups. You can do it by household with female heads, or household with indigenous populations, or households or people who are from an ethnic minority, or so persons with disabilities, or migrants, or the group that you are interested in. I'm going to explain you really quick what is the Alcaire-Foster method. So please just check the screen. It's really, really simple. We are going to imagine that we have a country of 4 people, just 4 people: Sabina, Emma, John, and Mauro. Those are the 4 people of this country. And we are going to measure multidimensional poverty in 4 indicators, or 4 dimensions. We're going to measure health, the years of education, housing index, and malnourishment. Those are the 4 indicators. And we're going to see, and what we're seeing here is ND is non-deprived and D is deprived. So those who have ND is that they don't have any deprivation. Those who have D is that they have 1 deprivation. So we see Sabina. Sabina doesn't have any deprivation in here, so she's perfect. But Emma has 2 deprivations. She is deprived in health, and she is also malnourished. John is really bad. He has 4 deprivations. He's deprived in all the indicators. And Mauro, who only has 1 deprivation. So that's the first thing that we do in a multidimensional poverty index. We identify those who are deprived and not in each of the indicators. Then we count, and we count the deprivations. So the next thing that we do is literally counting how many deprivations they are having in each of the indicators. So in here, what we know is that Sabina doesn't have any deprivation, Emma has 2 deprivations, John has 4, and Mauricio has 1. Then we set the poverty line and we say, okay, a person is multidimensionally poor if they face 2 or more. So if I only face 1, as Mauricio, that person will not be multidimensional poor. So this person is not multidimensionally poor. Instead, John, that has 4 deprivations, and Emma, who has 2 deprivations, are multidimensionally poor. Then I compute the incidence of multidimensional poverty, that is just the number of poor divided the total population, that is 2/4. And then I compute the intensity. And the intensity is only focusing on those who are multidimensionally poor. And what I want to know is how poor they are. What I want to know is like how many deprivations those who are poor are facing. And in that case, in here, what I say is like, Emma has 2 of 4 deprivations, John has 4/4, and therefore I have that in this, the average number of deprivations is 3/4. So in this society, I have 50% of the population MPI poor, but I also have that the intensity of their poverty is 75. So that means that those who are poor are really poor, they are facing a lot of deprivations. And the MPI is just, as I mentioned, the multiplication of the incidence by the intensity. So the MPI is just showing you that. The good part of the MPI, or one of the advantages of the Alcaire-Foster method, is that imagine I have an intervention. I have an intervention on health. And we are going to explore, and this is important because social protection goes beyond cash transfers and includes other social services. So imagine the Minister of Health that someone was mentioning that was from the Minister of Health, say, okay, I'm going to make an intervention and affect John. So John is not going to be deprived in health anymore. So John is not deprived in health. He continues being multidimensionally poor because he has more than 2 deprivations. However, he is not deprived in this indicator. Therefore, the intensity of poverty reduces. And this reduction in the intensity of poverty creates that the MPI also reduces. So there is one incentive in here. I have the incentive to reduce poverty by reducing the number of people who are poor, but also I have the incentive to reduce poverty by reducing the number of deprivations for those who are multidimensionally poor. So if you are planning a social protection strategy and you have like different things in order that you can, or different programs that you can reduce deprivations in different indicators, and those indicators are more targeted to those who are multidimensionally poor, you are going to reduce multidimensional poverty and going to improve the situation of people living in multidimensional poverty. So just in summary, the steps to compute an MPI are really simple. First, we need to consider the indicators. Then we need to build the deprivation profile. The deprivation profile is just say who is poor in each of the indicators. And then you're going to count. You count the number of deprivations, and based on the poverty line that you define, you're going to identify if people is multidimensionally poor or is not multidimensionally poor. And based on that, you compute the incidence and the intensity. So when I say that multidimensional poverty is really simple, it's really straightforward, it's because of this, because you are having like, you just identify, count, put the poverty line, say who is poor, who is not poor, compute the incidence, the intensity, and the MPI. And then you can compute another things. Like you can analyze what are the poverty profiles of different groups, and you can analyze what are the difference between men and women, or what are the difference between regions, or what are the indicators that contribute more to MPI. When we are thinking about multidimensional poverty and social protection, we are more interested in national MPIs. So I mentioned this morning that we have the global MPI, and the global MPI is a measure that has been produced by UNDP and OFI since 2010. It's produced every year. They launch the report, and they are including this in the Human Development Index report. But that's a measure that is for to compare countries and to know how many people are poor around the globe. But if I'm thinking about MPIs and social protection poverty strategies, it is better to think about national MPIs, like the one that you have here in Namibia. So you will have like MPIs that are more tailored for policy that responds to the needs of people living in poverty in the country, that really capture one of those deprivations, and that really are able to provide information for policy settings and priority setting in the country. So around now, like now we have more than 35 countries around the globe with MPIs, and the number will continue increasing in the next years. And this is something that it has become more and more like countries are more engaged with this process because they recognize that having MPIs will provide a lot of help and support for their national policies. So how are you? Like, I'm going to break in here a little bit because I know should be warm in there, and after lunch, I can see some faces that need some stretch. So any question until here, any comment, anything, like if you need to stand up and stretch a little bit, that's okay as well, because I had been there and I know how you feel after lunch. Any question?
Thanks, Monica. That was wonderful.
I still need to cover some more slides.
I know.
I just need to want to give a break.
So if you have a question, please, you have to come up since you have to speak into this mic. But one important thing that she emphasized, right? If you're dealing with policy, let's assume if you use the $2.15 a day income measure, right? And if we think of intensity, right? Let's assume 60% of Namibia's population are living below $2.15 a day. 60%. But of those 60%, 80% of that, right, live on 50 cents a day. How much money do you need to move that group above $2.15 a day? It's a lot of public transfers you have to do because they are living well below the 215, right? So the intensity is just using the income measure alone. It's so severe. But if, let's say, people were living under 215, but they're at the $2 mark, we just need 15 cents per person just to push them above, right? But now when you think of it in a multidimensional manner, we are looking at health, you're looking at education, you're looking at these issues. Where your majority of people are concentrated, where it's more severe, it has huge implications for your wallet as a government. But just for you to understand some of these elements, I think that's how you can appreciate. But if you have a question for Monica, please come up and ask. I think this was quite good. It's not a complicated index to compute. You can come and, yeah.
Hi, Monica. Just for interpretation's sake, you had a formula there that I think ended with a 0.31. In terms of interpretation, I think it's your second last, if not the last slide. In terms of interpretation, how would one interpret that? I think it has to do with intensity. Yeah, that's 0.31. Yeah, I think that's my only question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a really hard question. And that's the MPI. This 0.3125 is the MPI. So one of the things that it's, imagine the MPI or the MPI works as the Gini index. So you have that 0 or closer to 0 is no poverty, closer to 1 is poverty, like everyone is poor and deprived. So this 0.3125, what it means is that of those who are poor, they face 31.25% of the potential deprivations if everyone will be poor and deprived. So this is like the interpretation of the MPI is really not intuitive, but my definition is like, imagine you have like a box and the MPI will be, or the box will be completely full if the MPI is 1. So because we know that not everyone is poor and not everyone is deprived, we have that there is a percentage of people who are poor And that percentage of people is facing some percentage of the deprivations. So the percentage that we're reading here, so this 31.25 is like the percentage of potential deprivations that everyone will face if everyone will be poor. So I always imagine like this block of black, or like it's full in the, if the MPI is 1, and if it's not 1, then it's a small square, and that square is what it represents. I'm not sure my explanation it's the best, but it's that. One thing is like if you have the MPI, it is easier to have it like, or to compare it over time, or to have it compared across regions, because higher the MPI, you know that higher is poverty, and lower the MPI, you know that the poverty is lower. But yeah, the MPI is a concept that is a little bit complicated, but I hope I managed to explain a little bit.
So Monica, put it another way, this question. So if you are from the Ministry of Finance and you are facing an MPI of 0.31 compared to an MPI of 0.8, which is more costly for the government?
So you have an MPI
yeah,
0.3?
An MPI of 0.3 and an MPI of 0.8, and you have to do transfers. Which is more costly for the government? I'm just trying to see if they pick it up.
Yeah. So if you have an MPI of 0.3, you mean that there is a small percentage of the, like the incidence and the intensity will be lower. If you have an MPI of 0.8, it means that there is a high percentage of people who are poor, and they probably face a lot of poverty, or the intensity of the poverty. In there, the question, the question will be like, are you planning to cover everyone in the society? So everyone who is multidimensionally poor, you are planning to cover with by the Minister of Finance, or you are only planning to cover those who have an intensity or something higher? Higher than PI, higher you will need to invest in poverty reduction, because poverty is higher.
So that's how basically you have to understand it, right? It's between 0 and 1. The closer to 1 you are, as a government and your donors community, you will need to spend more money. If you reduce that number, it's more manageable. I know you have a question, but Monica, you also have to, you can come. I remember Sabina, I think she made a presentation in New York last year or the year before, where she was showing policymakers that you can do this at the district or provincial level. So a government can sit and have the MPI at the subnational level for them to see where multiple deprivations are worse, which province or which district. Maybe, I don't know whether you plan to touch on that, but David has a question for you.
Yes, we're going to, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Monica, for that excellent presentation. As the director asked, on the MPI, do we have some guidance on how to do this this analysis? That's one, and maybe the second would also be covered by my second question, which is in that guidance, do we have, for example, the code that we can use, and even examples of the data sources that we can use to do the analysis? And then, and if we have, maybe it would be good if you can share them with us. Then the last one is on the components that you have indicated: health, education, housing, etc. My sense is that these are correlated. They are kind of usually the same, usually very similar. So I don't know how we separate them. What kind of analysis do we do to separate them? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just asking. So yes, there is like a different analysis in the session that we are going to have in the working groups, and tomorrow you will have also time to do that. So there is like part, and let me just move in here. We need to cover a little bit more, but this is the Namibia MPI. So you have the structure that this has been already defined by the country, by the Namibian Statistics Office. So you have the structure, you have the weights, and you have like the different at the national level, but you also have by children, and you also have by different regions and and different groups. So there is ways to analyze it, and I can provide like this, the different materials. I can share the report for the Namibian MPI, and also we have a handbook on how to create and analyze multidimensional poverty measures, then I can share it with you. So that's possible, and that's available. As far as I understood, like the National Statistic Office has the two files to compute this measure. In Namibia, you use the HASE, the Household Income and Expenditure Survey for 2015-2016, and you're going to update it soon with the new survey. And there is all the structure and the files and all the code is available in the country. I can put you in contact with the people who compute this in order that we have a conversation with them, and they can show you all the code. And I'm asking if the files are available to share with you. So that's all available. And one thing that is important in there is to understand, like when you are analyzing, and one of the tasks that we're going to have when we work in this small groups is to start thinking about, from a social protection perspective, what are the things and what are the key indicators and aspects that are helpful for us in the analysis. So in here, you will have like the structure, and you have in 3 dimensions. You have education, living standards, and health, and you have different indicators. I know these 3 dimensions are the most common, but there are other countries that have included, I don't know, employment, food security dimensions. So they have included dimensions related with empowerment, with social networks, and other indicators. It depends a lot about the country and the data and the priorities. So there are countries that have like things like, just thinking and like environmental issues. So there are countries that have like one of the indicators is like if the household has been affected by environmental risk in the last year. There are other countries that have like access to like security, like if any household member has been assaulted or has been victim or a violent issue aspect. So every country has different indicators. Like most of them have these 3 dimensions, that is health, education, and living standards. Like I'm working with several countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and we are thinking about including aspects like related with registration, or related with shocks, or related also with the resilience of the household, especially for climate or environmental shocks. So there are like different indicators in there. What is important to realize is what is the objective of the measure and how these indicators can provide some evidence to take decisions related to social protection or social policy in general. So yes, any other question?
Yes, you can come up.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I don't know if partly addressed basically probably building in terms of the separation of indicators and what my namesake had asked earlier with regard to targeting intervention. Are there any variables, or how should I put it? Are there any variables that one can actually use in terms of choosing which one is more important to address based on, I think what was said earlier with regard to the investment? I mean, you have the one component that speaks of health, you have the one component that speaks on malnutrition. What are the criteria that are in place that will sort of inform you which one as a government you must actually address first in terms of probably the importance and so on?
Okay, so there are like different analysis that you can conduct to the MPI in order to have that. It is a difficult question because there are different ways to set which are the indicators or which are the things that you need to address first. So some countries, what they do, that they have done, is to address the indicators that has higher levels of deprivation. So if you have higher levels of food insecurity, so you know that there is like 90% of the population are facing severe food insecurity in the country. So that's a need, that's something that is urgent. So you can go and invest on that. I'm not so 100% sure that it will be the cheapest option. I'm not 100% sure that it will be like just one transfer or one program that will solve the whole issue, but it will be one of the top priorities because a lot of people is facing hunger. There are other countries that what they aim to do is to find like the different, and let me open one presentation, is to try to find like the different relations, so the different combinations of deprivations. So one thing that we have done, and it's something like this. So this is something that is called interlinkages. And interlinkages is what it means, and this is with the global MPI, but it can be computed with any MPI. And this is part of making like the poverty profiles. So once you have identified who are the poor, you are going to do the poverty profiles, and interlinkages, what it shows is what are the deprivations that are presented in couples or in packages. So we did one example. This is from the global MPI, but last year we were working with Guatemala doing like social protection baskets. And these social protection baskets, what we did is like, what are the indicators, like the 3 or 4 indicators that presents jointly. So people are facing these 4 indicators in a higher proportion. So you know that they have, or in the case of Guatemala, they have one measure that is like a Cruzada contra el Hambre, that is like a program that is to reduce undernutrition in children. So they have this program that it was like providing food and like nutritious and education to mothers. But we knew that if they have that program and they combined that program with 4 or 5 other dimensions, they will be more effective, because we knew that those individuals or those families who have a child who was undernourished have a higher probability of being deprived on those indicators. And it's done with this. So in this case that I'm showing you here, this is a case of Sub-Saharan Africa. We know that there are multiple combinations of indicators, but we also know that in more like around 6% of the population in Sub-Saharan Africa are deprived in all the 6 indicators in living standards. So they are facing deprivation in water, sanitation, electricity, housing, and asset ownership, and cooking fuel. So if you have like a strategy that is like combining things related with housing, and tomorrow when we see the examples, I'm going to show you, like in the case of our country, how they did that. So they have like a housing policy. So what they did is like, if you know that this is the profile of the deprivations that your country has, or your specific locality have, you can say, okay, instead of having one policy in here for cooking fuel and another for electricity, I'm going to have like a whole policy on housing. And I'm going to provide, let's say, houses that have access to water, sanitation, electricity, has all the services. So you know that one policy, you are going to reduce the deprivation in here. And one thing that is important is to stop trying to work in silos. So one of the things that most of the countries have done when they are using the MPI is try to coordinate. So one of the questions that we were asking before is like, if there is a problem of vertical or horizontal coordination, or what are the main problems. And in most of the cases, there is a lot of problems in vertical coordination. So you don't, like, most of the countries don't coordinate actions between different ministries or different institutions. So there is an institution acting for cooking fuel, for electricity, and they're attacking, probably arriving, reaching the same household with different policies. So if you have these, you can be more cost effective, because you know, I established one policy, and this policy will reduce these deprivations. So once you are going to measure the effect of your policy based on the reduction of multidimensional poverty, you will reduce poverty in most of the indicators. Therefore, people will leave multidimensional poverty. So and don't worry if I'm saying a lot of things. It's a lot about thinking about from a multidimensional perspective, and thinking and start recognizing what are the actors, how the different institutions attack different indicators, and how we can put together different policies that are more comprehensive in order that we can reduce multidimensional poverty. Is there any other question, or just?
Any other question? Comment? You can come up.
Monica, is that how I pronounce it, or that dash on top changes the word? It's Monica, right? Okay, I thought it's Mira with an O. Okay, mine is a comment. Thank you very much. It was a handful. when you're in a class with elders, absorption rate is reduced, especially after lunch. So I hope some of those that are younger in the room, they caught up so that during the exercises, we can come to you and you ask. Mine is a comment. I was triggered when she mentioned at the beginning that the whole idea is for social protection, to create buffers that reduces your risk of falling into poverty in the long run. So the idea is whatever it is that we are creating, the programs that we are designing, in one way or the other, it equips you to not fall into that risk. Moving on, right? And I took a reflection at the current situation. I did a stock in my head, like each one. Is it the kind that are designed to reduce my risk of falling into poverty and probably eventually empower myself out of it? Or are they the kind of programs that are maintaining me in that space throughout? Are we following?
When you mean in the space throughout, what do you mean?
Okay. If for example, I'm getting a grant, right? What are the chances of me moving out of the type of vulnerability markers that made me fall into this threshold that qualifies me for the grant? What are the possibilities of me getting out of that threshold so that in future I'm not the target? Are we together? Because the idea is what? Lower your risk of being into poverty, improving you. So I took a home reflection. There were yeses and nos, but according to me, I couldn't differentiate between, are we having the kind of instruments that keep us in one space for too long, for life, you know? Or are we having, if we have to weigh, how many instruments do we have that improves my chances of falling out of poverty, and how many do we have that just keep me around so that I'm forever eligible? But that's a food for thought. The second comment, which also triggered me, is when we're talking about the variables, indicators that we're going to choose. I'm comfortable when people are introducing themselves. There's a multi-sectoral, representation here. And from the look of things, in as much as we are picking indicators based on technical elements, there's also the issue of agreeing together as a nation. And if somebody is not on the table, then as usual, we are known for coming to defend what I represent. And that's how we end up doing what? Picking that which was spoken on the table. I see a challenge, maybe my colleagues can advise me. Some of the deprivation indicators that we think the leave no one behind concept could be affecting may be affected by data availability or comparability in terms of, can you even group them together? Because maybe this other one is only collected at maybe national level, while the other are at constituency. So it's a message to us that maybe for the last MPI, for this one that we are going to be doing soon, how do we bring our data to a level where it can be used together to help us make this decision? So I wanted to leave you with a food for thought. Think about it. Social protection in Namibia, how we are using it to graduate people out of poverty. I thought that's the concept. And where is our biggest investment? We have social assistance, insurance, and I could see us everywhere. But as we are answering the question, the life cycle approach, in my opinion, the foundational issues, when we bring the Meti.com survey, everybody answered that there is no investment on women and children. Remember? There was a zero there. What does that tell us for the theories that we are learning? And so that we don't invest into reactive type of policies, but rather preventative, so that we avoid you getting into that problem in the first place. Rather than waiting for you to come grab you at school feeding. You're already grown. You are 7 years. Your brain development has fixed itself a certain way, and the corrections are minimal. Are we together? Or you are now older, 60 years, we can catch you now. And then we sustain you. Or you get my point, where I'm trying to come from. So yes, there's OVC, but I think the point I'm trying to raise here is targeted interventions that are targeting the particular vulnerability that we're trying to solve. In as much as finances may not allow it, maybe that's why we go universal to say, oh, it's a poverty grant. But within poverty, there are specifics. Like right now, we are dealing with malnutrition. Children are dying. In that 250, can the parents that manage the food and the what and the what and the what? It was a comment. I don't need an answer. Food for thought.
Okay, thank you very much. But I agree completely with you. Like, we need to really evaluate for what we are doing social protection transfers. Any other comment or question? If
Yeah,
not, I
can.
can. Okay.
Yeah, because you have to use, she can only hear you if you speak in the.
Yeah, I think I was just triggered as well. I'm from the disability space, and with the issue of incidence and intensity, because the way we do, I would want to advise, the way we do in Namibia, the eligibility is more based on a health aspect, and the only person that assess your disability is a state medical doctor. So we are currently busy with the Ministry of Health revising the eligibility, with a lot of us thinking it should go beyond that, where we'll need a multidisciplinary team, a social worker, a physio, and all that. But then I'm asking myself, in many instances, the assessment is based on the fact of your functionality. Is your disability preventing you from participating into the economic space, particularly for the adults? That goes now to intensity. So if that is what it is, then you do not qualify. But then we have a lot of this is that client being not satisfied, because for them that is like a social, is defined as a disability grant, but a social grant. So with many complaints to say, but I'll still be in a poverty space if I'm not provided a grant. I have a disability, but the doctor feels that my level of functioning is sufficient for me to participate. Whereas the job, we also have high unemployment rate currently, very high. So there is that. I just want advice how we deal. Actually, we are actually busy as of last week. We still have to finalize our guideline and see how we can. We try to benchmark from South Africa, but we are really not getting much within the African space as to how we can make it so that when a client is assessed, does not feel that only the medical issues contributed to my assessment. There is that holistic to say, oh, the social worker also looked at my social circumstances. So both that and the social aspect, the economic aspect, can make a decision. So it's quite a difficult one that we struggle to make. But with us, it's not every person with disability that qualifies for the disability grant, and it brings a lot of questions. And it's very technical to understand. And I think because we derive our disability from the medical model still, so that's why we still assess our policies as such. Thank you.
No, thanks to you. Just because I work on disability, that's my other passion in here. One thing that it's important in the case of disability, as you mentioned, like you will need to do a certification more from a human rights perspective, based in the ICF. But one thing that is important, considering like what we are talking on disability, is that you have, and also with the previous comment, is some social protection programs are to provide support, or maybe not support, but let's say support, to provide support to people who need it. And in the case of persons with disability, is one of the perfect examples, because living with a disability is more expensive. You have like more to get more things, and you lose income and so on. There are like different extra costs related with disability. So you need to have that disability grant. Not because you're never going to graduate unless you stop being disabled, but you need to have the disability grant in order to be or have the living standards that you deserve, or at least the living standards of a person who doesn't have the same disability that you have. And there are other benefits that are related that maybe we need to graduate people. And it's like, okay, we are doing a conditional or a cash transfer. Like, when do we stop? And that's a whole discussion that is like, we need to stop giving conditional like cash transfers, and in one moment people need to have or have accumulated the human capital or have accumulated those assets on individual skills in order that they can move out of poverty without the cash transfer. So there are two different things. Like we think some that are like specific transfers that we need in order to support the person because he's facing a risk or is facing a situation that he needs support. There are other cash transfers that are like, you need to make sure that the household or the individual gets them, but once they had overcome like a period and have after a period, you can take the transfer and that person can evolve. And because of that, it has become more and more important, like how you combine the different transfers with other types of services. So there is a lot of research on this Cash Plus. And last week I was talking with a person who is evaluating one of the biggest cash transfers in India, and he was telling me, okay, I have like 3 groups. One group doesn't receive anything, another group receive like a cash transfer and is to improve nutrition, and another group receive a cash transfer plus some education. And this is for mother, like pregnant woman and that become mothers in the first year. So they have this. And what he was telling me is like, we have seen that weight at birth, it increased with those who get the cash transfer, but it increased better, or the outcomes are much better for those who have not only the transfer, but also the education. So this education part becomes like a key aspect, because what you are saying is you're not only giving the money to the person and expect the person to go and buy food and then voila, everything is perfect. But with the education, you are empowering the woman. So you are helping them, like things like how to save, how to be, how to invest their money, how to buy better and more nutritious food, how to start like a business. And all these are the ones who give you the tools in order that when you say, okay, the transfer is over, the woman or the person has like the different skills in order to say, okay, I don't need the transfer because I have A, B, C, D. The problem is that if you only give money, like what you do is that you arrange your income and you just spend as much as you get, and then you get take the money and then you reduce your expenditure. So in here is like how we really give money to people who need it, but also provide support in order that it's not only about the money, it's about the whole social protection system around. So in order that, because I'm conscious of the time, I'm just going to finish this presentation in order that you can have like a stretch and we can move to the next one. So I just want to touch base in some important points of how to use multidimensional poverty, especially in social assistance programs. So one thing in here is that we are going to have, there are different things in the program. There is like targeting. We need to identify who are those who are in need. We can have the discussion about universal or target. We can focus on that. But when we are thinking about poverty, somehow we are thinking about, we need to identify those who are poor. And in the universal, we are saying like everyone has the right of so like a grant or universal basic income or whatever. And in here we are saying like, okay, maybe if we think about poverty, it's because we consider that people living in poverty, multidimensional poverty, are in higher needs. So targeting is one of the tools or one of the aspects that we can use multidimensional poverty indices. Another thing is planning services, and is analyzing how is the combination. And one of the things that I want tomorrow to do with all of you is to analyze how different services can be coordinated, how different services, how can you plan packages. So there are social protection programs that are like cash, but they are like comprehensive social protection programs that are like cash plus a lot of things. So there are the programs that have education, employment, health, participation, and different aspects that depend on the characteristics of the household. So this is another thing that we can use the MPIs. We can also use the MPIs to monitor progress. So you want to give a transfer to a person. and you want to see how the different deprivations change. So we need to monitor. So we need to check, okay, you have this one, and then you have these levels. So it has worked or it hasn't worked, and make the changes. And finally, you need to evaluate how the things work in total. Did multidimensional poverty reduce? Did multidimensional poverty didn't move? There were some indicators or some things that were more effective compared to others. So in this case, this is the Social Protection Delivery Change. This is from the World Bank, a book that was launched in 2021. I can give you the reference, but I like to use this graph because it shows like how in the ideal world, one social protection or social assistance program will work. So in here, we have identified that there are like 3 different stages where MPIs can be really, really useful. The first one is the assessment of the person. So I want to assess like who are the persons who can be included in my system, or who are the persons in the highest need. So the MPI can be a tool to assess the needs of the person and households who need to be identified as poor. So you can provide, or you can collect data, and after the data collection, you can implement or compute an MPI and base it on that to analyze. Once, what we usually do is that we compute the measure. Like in the case of Honduras that I told you a little bit early, what we did was to compute a measure that respond to the needs or to the question that the government was asking us. It's like, I need to identify those households who are in higher need because they are in higher risk of being affected by COVID. So as I mentioned, this was May, June 2020. We were in a high rush. So we compute a structure that really increase, like a compute, like identify those households who have higher probability of being affected by COVID because they have adults, they have people who were have chronic diseases because they were living in houses where there was no clean source of water, there was overcrowding, and all the risks that we knew. And with that, what we did was like, okay, we applied that measure to a register, to a database, and we say, okay, we have this amount of people. And they say, we have only $6 million. Those $6 million are enough for this amount of people. So what we did in there was like, we identified the population who were like potential beneficiaries, because unfortunately money is not, money is scarce and it's limited. We needed to really prioritize. And the MPI is something that can help you to do that. It can help you like really set what are the populations that you can include, and then you can prioritize which are the ones who are going to be targeted. So when you are assessing the population, MPIs can be really good. You can include it and can select from the whole population to specific groups. You can also like do categorical targeting, that is like, we are going to select only children, but inside those group of children, we are going to select the children who are more affected in nutrition or who are more affected in health or whatever is the decision, and you can target those. And the MPI is really, really helpful. So you can use the MPI to assess the economic status. Usually there's like multiple types or measures. One of the most well-known is proximity test, but also you can have multidimensional poverty. In Africa, you use a lot of community-based targeting. So in here, what we want to analyze is how we can pass from a really large population to a more like petite population, but that we are sure that that's the population that needs the most help. The other thing is the enrollment. So in the second stage, the MPI can be the tool. So you have the population. You said, this is the amount of the population, or this is the group that I can do. I'm going to prioritize this group because this is the group that I really, really can give. And I'm going to enroll based on the different priorities. So one thing that is important in here is that the MPI, you can disaggregate it. So you can say, I'm going to focus on the children, or I'm going to focus on persons with disability. And in persons with disability, I'm going to focus on this specific group that has this set of deprivations, and the program will respond to this. So you can bring the MPI in order that you can help people to enroll and really be part of the services and the package based on the deprivations. And we're going to play a little bit, and tomorrow I'm going to make sure that you are able to understand this in practice. And another thing is like, it's important to consider the objective. So one of the things is always like before putting a measure in there, and this is something that always happen also with social protection programs. It's like, and it's part of the comment that the colleague was doing before, is like, why are we doing this program? Are we doing this program because we want to maintain the person out of poverty, or are we doing this program because we want to enhance and really promote that the person has more human capital, or why we, like, what is the reason of the program? So it's the same, like we need to think like, okay, what is the objective of the program? Who are the people who we really want to identify? And what are the services that we want to provide? Because if you have a mismatch in there, then you are not going to have the effects or the benefit of the program on the population that you are expecting. So one thing is, this is in the case of Malawi, but I like this graph because in the case of the MPI, you can create something like a distribution and you can divide population across the whole distribution. So one thing that we always do, and especially when you are using MPI for targeting or for this part or eligibility criteria, is that you say, okay, this is the whole distribution of the MPI. So if I only have, like in the case of Honduras, they told us like, this is the amount of money or this is the amount of households that we can provide services to. So what we did is like, we say, okay, we're going to prioritize those who are the poorest. So those who have like the highest level of deprivation, those all went in, and then we were moving like the line. And once the money stops, we stop the line. So that was something, and that happens with all of the social protection programs. It's not only the MPI. You establish the line and you always have the trade-off, or to give more money but less people, or to give more people but less money. And it's the same with the MPI. The only thing in here is that we make sure that those who were deprived in the largest number of dimensions and indicators and were in the higher risk, were always prioritized, were always in there. So we were sure that those people were going to receive like the transfer or the cash or the in-kind transfer. And you can do this. And one thing that is good in here, in this, is that you can say, okay, maybe those who are really poor need some specific support. So those who are starving to death, maybe I need to give like a transfer for food, and I need to facilitate like having access to nutritious food in a good price. So you are going to do here. But then I just say, okay, maybe those who are not in a survival state, but they already have like covered like the basic needs, but they need access to health, or they need access to education because children are not attending to school. So I'm going to provide support in this aspect. And those who are like, maybe they are not poor, they are outside the poverty line, but they still have a high risk of vulnerability. So I need to provide support in employment, or I need to provide support in asset ownership, or so on, so on. So you can plan the policies according to the levels of deprivation. And the last part is this part of provided management. And provided management is like, you need to plan the provision of services based on the needs of the population. And that's one of the things that is key, or the MPI is really helpful, because you have like the profiles of poverty. And when I'm showing you the part of Namibia, I will show you what are the profiles of poverty in rural and urban areas and for children. And this part, what it shows you is that there are indicators that contribute more to different parts. And when you have like you know that in rural and urban areas, there's different combinations of indicators. You can also do the baskets that I was showing you, or like play with the interlinkages, in order that you produce policies, or you produce services, or packages of programs that are more cost effective, because you know that those are the deprivations that poor people are facing the most. And finally, the management is like, you really need to evaluate how people are going in and out. One of the programs that I'm going to show you tomorrow, and I'm going just to give you one fast description, is a program that it was called Red Juntos, or like Together. And this program, what they did is that people who were in the program were identified using the MPI. So I use the MPI, I identify you as a program, and I take the results of the MPI, And then I plan what are the programs or the services that you're going to have access. So I realized that people didn't have access to education because children were not having access to education. So there was a person who was like going to the household and enrolling the child to education. And then it was a health or was like access to sanitation. So all the package of the program was based on the MPI. And then 1-2 years after, they evaluate the person and the person graduate from the program once you have checked all the achievements or that you have achieved all the indicators in your MPI. So this is a program that can be quite useful for the MPI. The problem is that it can be very expensive because you need to have like a monitoring. It's almost like a tailored program for each of the households. But the good part is that it's quite efficient. So you know what are the deprivations, you provide the service, you take the person out of poverty and provide all these conditions in order that the person can overcome poverty. And if there is a shock, the person will not become poor. So I'm going to close here. We are going to see a lot of these things. I want to give time, maybe if we have time for the policy mapping. Is there any question until here? Or
any questions? No, hands up. You can proceed if you want to conclude, and then we, yeah. No questions in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and let's continue with the agenda. I know that they should be tired by this point. Go ahead.
Okay. Before you leave this, can you put back maybe the second or third last slide, where you have the Malawi.
I'm going to cover this and present this before.
No, I mean, there's a slide that you had, maybe it was your third last slide. You had Malawi something on it.
Ah, okay, in this one.
I just want to make a one quick. Yes, this one. All right, one big issue that we always discuss, or countries always mention, is that they lack data to do some of these things, right? In Bangladesh, there's a program called BRAC. I don't know how many people know BRAC. It's also in Africa, it's in Kenya and Rwanda and several other countries in Latin America. How many know a program called BRAC? It targets the very poor and gives them various kinds of transfers to lift them out of poverty, right? So here where you have Malawi, you see the bottom part, which is red, and then the yellow, then the green. That data under the BRAC program is not coming from official statistics. It is coming from what is called citizen-generated data. So the program goes to a district or a village, puts everyone under a tree. You know each other in this community. Put yourselves in that scale. Who is ultra poor? Who doesn't have any chickens, any goats, whose kids are not going to school, right? They know each household in a village or in a community. So the communities themselves will rank each other, and then interventions come in to target those who are ultra poor. Or so the data that you might need for some of these things, you don't have to go to NSA. You can actually talk to your communities. They come up with what is called citizen-generated data, and then you can also address and graduate people out of poverty very effectively. Thanks, Monica. So now what we're going to do, we have an announcement. Presentation. So it's an option. I know some of us are tired. We can go for the next presentation or take a quick coffee break. Okay. So now our next presentation is from Ruben.
Yes.
Right? Where is he? I think he put down. Okay. But otherwise, Ruben will be just giving us the story of Namibia when it comes to the social protection system in the country. But we're also waiting for him. If you still have a burning question, feel free. Right.
This is your. SPP. Policy.
I think it should be done.
Namibia social protocol. This one. Here's the screen for who? We were not sharing it from the Zoom. Huh? We were not sharing it from the Zoom.
Yeah.
You can also see. Yeah. Your screen, I'll show you.
Oh, but you'll be able to see.
Yeah, you'll be able to.
Then it'd be bigger.
That's what I was expecting.
Bigger than this?
My machine impaired.
Maybe
Maybe I'll
you can see.
Huh? What did I do? Okay, I was again.
I don't think it's.
No, I think it's not working.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
So it's
not
not
working.
working. Let me call her.
I apologize.
Is she at the table there? Should I go ask her to go and check?
No, she's not.
She's not.
No, surely.
Hey, Mom.
Can you come, please?
So I must strictly use the laptop.
Yes. This, I don't think it's forward. Hey, Chloe. I don't know what we did. Oh, no. Thank you.
Very easy. Nice. Let me not break this one again. How do I put it up?
Yeah.
Just stand there for me.
It's too high. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Good afternoon. Again, as introduced, I'm Wilbert Nashandi, and I'm going to take you through the overview of the Namibia social protection. As it was earlier introduced, we have launched this policy in 2022, and we are actually currently in the implementation phase of this policy. Briefly, it comprises, the presentation is comprises of the legal framework, the coverage, the overview of the social protection policy itself, funding and expenditure, and as well as the challenges. That answers this mother's question. The definition of what we view social protection is in the policy. We say it is a set of policies and strategies to enable the people to cope with risks and vulnerabilities to shocks across the life cycle. In terms of legal framework, we strictly restricted our intervention to our local legal framework. Of course, we have alignment to other legal framework, your SDGs, your Agenda 2063, and all the others. But in terms of the Namibia legal framework, we have Article 95 of the Namibian Constitution, which really speak to the promotion and maintenance of welfare of the people by adopting a number of interventions. You see there we have, my sincere apologies, you probably not see that you have issues such as equality and opportunities for women. Those are articles of the Constitution. And then you have, they are listed in that number. B is protection of women and children. And so most of them really, and then you have promotion of justice and free legal aid, support for unemployment or unemployed people and the disadvantaged communities, and then the membership to ILOs, fair access to public services, and the living wage for workers. So you have all those that speaks to our Namibian constitution. Now, what is contained in our social protection policy as a country? We have the non-contributory and also the contributory aspect of it, as well as the labor market interventions and policies, under which the social assistance, we have cash transfers and in-kind assistance, social care services, community-based programs, and public works. Under contributory, we have social insurance, and under social insurance, we have health insurance, disability, work accidents, and old age pensions. We also have training, job search services, that's now under labor market interventions. And then we have maternity benefit, injury compensations, as well as sickness benefit for those that are working. Cash transfers, or under social assistance, we have cash transfers, in-kind assistance, social care services, community-based programs. While under social insurance, we have mostly the maternity sick leave, employee compensation fund, motor vehicle assistance fund, and the public service employees medical aid benefits. Under cash transfers, you can see we have list cash grants and old age pensions, disability grant, conditional basic income grant that we are currently partially implementing, veteran subventions, and veteran improvement programs or grant. And then in-kind assistance, we have school feeding program, drought relief, national settlement program, as for land or farming purposes, old age grant, funeral grants, veteran funeral grants, disability related support, income generating activities, veterans funeral services, as well as student support in terms of funding and livelihood support programs. And then under social care services, we have your residential care facilities, places of safety, carers allowances, low-cost housing schemes, and your free and subsidized healthcare services, colleagues from health, provision of legal aid for those that they cannot be able to or that are unable to afford, family strengthening programs. Then community-based programs, we have community-based programs for marginalized communities, for community forests. Public works, of course, is food for work or cash for work, as well as rural sanitation programs, rural development centers and microfinance scheme. And of course, subsidies, we have healthcare, education, and basic food, where you really have some subsidies by government. You can get the details of what I just explained in that booklet. That's a hyperlink down there. If you want to get more information on the coverage of our social protection programs as a country. But maybe just to take you briefly into that, the old age grant, of course, is given to those that are at least 60 years old. And the amount is given $1,600 Canadian per beneficiary per month. And you have the disability grant, also the same amount, but it's given to those that are at least 16 years old. Of course, Namibians. Foster parents, it's an amount of $350 Canadian per month per beneficiary. And of those that are foster parents that are caring for children under the age of 18. And there should be some court order to actually indicate that indeed the person is taking care of the child. Vulnerability or vulnerable child grant is given at a rate of 1,600 per month per beneficiary. And of course, both parents should have no income, and the parents for that child should have no income. The child must be below the age of 18. Maintenance grant is an amount of $350 per month. And of course, the criteria as is indicated. It's a bit lengthy, but you can always have a look at it. Child disability grant is given at $1,600 per month per beneficiary, and it's for children that are below 16 years old, and there should be a medical report from the state doctor. Then you have short-term emergency grants, and these are really given in terms of in cases of emergency, and an amount of $350 per household. And emergency really means where you might have natural disasters, your drought, not drought, but your floods, your fires, and all that. Whereas the veteran subventions is given to those that has qualified as per the Veterans Act, Act number 2 of 2008, and an amount of 2,200 is given per beneficiaries per month. Conditional basic income grant is grant that we recently introduced. It's an amount of 600 per month, per household. And currently we are only giving to those that were the former beneficiaries of food bank. But the instruction is that we also give the marginalized communities who are currently receiving food parcels. So they will soon be converted to $600 per month. And maybe just a background quickly, the conditional basic income grant was designed to benefit those age groups or people in the age category of 18 to 59 who are currently not benefiting from any of the programs that the government has. And of course, the criteria requires them to meet certain criteria in terms of income and vulnerability. The Veteran Improvement Program is given to those that were in war, and they are in categories as well. Those that left the country and participated in the war from 1960 to 1970, they will receive 5,000 Namibian dollars per month. And those between 1971 to 1981, Dr. Biva will not benefit from this one. It's 4,000 Namibian dollars per month. And of course, the category of 1982 to 1989 is 3,000 Namibian dollars per month. We also have an Namibia school feeding program, which is really given to learners from grade 0 to grade 12. And the criteria is that the school that benefits should be a day school, there shouldn't be a hostel, and they shouldn't be benefiting from government feeding in terms of hostels. So they are provided with a meal. Drought relief, as we indicated, Namibia is prone to persistent drought and therefore needs government support. You have certain areas that rely on drought relief for almost the whole year. And as you might be aware, government have actually announced a state of emergency in terms of, or declared a state of emergency in terms of drought. So there's food that is given to households, but it's not only food. You also have a livestock support program to assist farmers to sustain their farming and their livestock. We also have the resettlement program, which is really targeting those people that are in need of land for productive purposes, mainly farming. And they look at the people that are 18 years old and those that wish to farm with either animals or crop. In addition to that, there is also support given to those that succeed in getting resettlement farms in terms of finance from the Namibia Agricultural Bank. In addition, we have income generating activities that are given mostly to women. There's a ratio that prioritize targeting of women in income generating activities. And it's focusing on those that are between 18 to 59, and they get materials and equipment for self-development. Provision of legal aid, it's really for those people that cannot afford legal services or legal services. And an amount of 3,500 Namibian dollars is allocated for individuals that are employed, and for those that are not employed, we don't have a limit. Funeral benefit grant is provided at an amount of 4,500, and this is really to assist them with decent funeral services. And we have a number of that. I think later on I'll explain for the marginalized communities and as well as those that are disabled. I mean, old age pensioners. The veterans are also assisted with a funeral services, disability education support program. We have specific programs managed by the Ministry of Gender to assist the people that are living with disabilities, whether it's with education fees or transportation to schools. We also have other support programs directed to people living with disabilities in terms of assistance with nappies, diapers, and all the assistive devices. It's a program also contained in the Ministry of Gender, Equality, Poverty, Eradication, and Social Welfare. Case management is also an activity that is incorporated in the social protection of the Ministry of the Government. There is subsidies and grants for residential care services for children, and usually where these children are provided with a home and also security. So we have shelters and gender-based violence shelters that assist either children or people that are trafficked, trafficking in persons, victims. Early childhood development centers, we have allowance scheme where educators are trained in basic curriculum and also provided a monthly income of 1,500 Namibian dollars. So this is really just to support mainly the communities that are out in the outlying areas of the country. So the range of that income is between 1,500 to 2,500. And it's really depending on the level of education. And then, of course, as government, there is free services in terms of healthcare and services. And the colleagues from health will enlighten more on that. And the booklet will also indicate in details. Marginalized communities, as I said, they are supported with a special feeding program, which we soon convert to cash. And when we speak of marginalized communities in the Namibian context, we are talking about the San, Ovatwe, and Ovachemba. And they are assisted with food parcels, but on a monthly basis. You might have heard of malnutrition cases reported. So that quarterly basis is not at the government intent, but government ability. So they've wanted it to be on a monthly basis. Marginalized community education support program. We assist the marginalized communities with education access. And by this, we pay for this or the school fees, irrespective of the institution, whether it's high school or primary school or tertiary institution. And in addition to that, they are also provided with a pocket money, a monthly allowance of 1.5 for students or learners at institutions of higher learning. Plus, we transport them back and forth from and to schools. There is also burial services for this community, as I indicated previously. So and the purpose is really just to offer them decent service, funeral service, and to have a sense of belonging. And there is also a livelihood empowerment program where this community is offered training and equipment support for their projects. They might have income generating projects or projects that will generate them some source of food. So they are supported with that. In addition, there is also support for housing and sanitation for this very community. Food and cash for work is really just the provision of food or cash to youth that might come together and come up with the idea of some rural projects that they want to undertake. So they are provided with either cash or food. Of course, the rural sanitation program is a program that is targeting sanitation in rural areas where it's looking at mainly those households with no infrastructure and also focusing specifically on child-headed households. Now, let's look at the coverage of the social protection program in Namibia. Of course, as previously presented by Monica. Monica, is it Monica, right? Okay. Okay. Old age grant is dominant against in the Namibian context. We have 97% coverage, and probably because that is not a program that you struggle. Once you are old, you qualify. And of course, we have disability grant. We have a 75% coverage. Maintenance grant, of course, you apply, so it's demand driven. Vulnerable children grant, we have a 75% coverage. Child disability grant is 75%. Conditional basic income grant is 14%. And as I indicated, this is only targeting now the former food bank beneficiaries with a plan to add the marginalized communities, after which we will then do the actual purpose of the conditional basic income grant, which is now to enter that population that is vulnerable, and that is which between 18 to 59. Then we have the veteran subventions grant. Of course, you have an amount there of 18,000 people or beneficiaries. School feeding program is benefiting around just short of 500,000. The statistician would say just short of $500 million. So just for it to sound nicer. Drought relief program is about 230 people, or schools rather. No, households, sorry. Line is not good. And of course, the National Resettlement Program, so far, it has benefited about 5,500 beneficiaries. And income generating activities, about 800,000, and marginalized community special feeding program, we have a total coverage of 32,700. So in summary, that is the coverage on Namibia social protection system, which is this is social assistance. Now, in terms of consumption of social assistance program, you can see that in terms of the poor households, you have a high number of people that are benefiting from social assistance programs. But if you look at the non-poor, this social assistance is not as, seemingly it's not as important as it would to the poor. As you can see, there on the poor, it contributes, old age pension alone, it contributes about 70% of the household's consumption. So that really defines the importance of these interventions. And in terms of coverage, about 62% of the poor were covered by at least one safety net program in 2015-2016 financial year. So about 42 or 45.2% of the poor benefit from old age grant. And as you can see, Namibia is that second in terms of coverage. That I think is the 7th, 8th in line. Overall, although most of these social protection program or social assistance program are not directly targeting children, you would see that in all the social protection programs, children are the end beneficiaries. If you look at old age grant, it's about 38% is children. War veterans still fed mostly on children, 37%. A maintenance grant, of course, is for children, but 46% of it goes to children, and 42% goes to foster parents grant. Not goes to, of the foster parents grant is spent on children. Disability grant, 47 and 45% on orphans and vulnerable children. So the intention seems to be good and targeted. But it would also show that perhaps we might have a leakage in terms of better targeting. If you look at the percentages, the quantiles, the most poor, in terms of targeting of our program, it might not be the best. So that is where we will need the support and assistance of the colleagues to ensure effectiveness of our interventions. The funding and expenditure on social protection in terms of national budget, we have social protection expenditure from 2021 to 2024-25 financial year. So the expenditure is in the region of billions, from 9 billion to 12 billion in this financial year. You might have read that the Minister of Finance, thankfully just increased our budget for social protection. So in terms of GDP, we have about 275 billion. Yes. So the total government expenditure is about 84 billion, and that's on social protection alone. So that's in terms of percentage, that's a huge government statement in terms of addressing social protection. So Namibia invests about 2.7% of the GDP on social assistance, and it's fully funded by government budget. And it's again, I said, it's a demonstration of a commitment. And we are just almost about, we spend about double the amount that is spent in the sub-Saharan Africa. And there we are in the red. We can see now that although we have about 76% of the benefits directed to the elderly citizens of our economy, of our country, you can see the share of spending which is 51%. It goes to that 4%, 4% of the population. 51%, 51% of the spending of the expenditure goes to 4% of that population, which is old age grant, showing that more of our budget is targeted to those that are above, that are at least 60 years old. But if you look at the children, which is now 0 to 4 years old, and you look at the spending, it's almost insignificant. So it represents there 19%. So our, again, this confirms what Monica was presenting to say. It appears in terms of resources, the focus has been more on old age grants. So in terms of challenges that we have or that we had when we were developing the social protection policy, and we still have, we have fragmentation in terms of and inadequate coordination between the institutions, and that's warranted now the introduction of this policy, which we developed. You can see even the booklet that we developed, most of the information was really a shock to some of us because we didn't know what other institutions were doing. So that coordination to consolidate information was really necessary. And of course, most of the registration processes were quite paper-based. So you won't be in a position to integrate your information. So therefore, there was need for us to have integrated management information systems so that our systems could talk to one another and also avoid duplication or double dipping. And more so, we are faced with the challenge of those nationals of our country who doesn't have official documents that are required for most of the registration. And this is really a challenge, and the efforts, we think Home Affairs, there has really been effort in trying to ensure that our target population are registered and issued with national documents. And of course, it appears we still have inadequate coverage. Inadequacy of our social protection program is being tested now and then. But more importantly is the efficiency of some of our programs that we have in place. We might think we are providing support, but the efficiency of such support needs to be tested. And I think that is what we need to also learn from you, even when we have to introduce graduation approach so that we assist really those that are needy and not just have beneficiaries for life. With that, I thank you. I hand over to you, or if there is any question. And as I indicated, the social protection program or policy is a policy of government. And if you hear a question that touches directly to your institution, you can just come in front and respond. Thank you. Any question? Oh, Mr. Biva is the father of social protection. So you just come in front for the benefit of those that are online. Oh. Oh, okay. So I hope you got that correction. We'll rectify that. Thanks. So you want to add, ne? Oh, you are asking? Okay. Please come here.
Thank you very much. I'm Delaney, National Youth Council. I'm trying to find out with regard to the veterans. I've heard they are now standing at 18,000. And veterans, I saw the total there is that there are 18,000 that are registered and benefiting. The number.
Oh, I heard it's the money.
Oh, no. The number that is currently benefiting. And when you go around, you still hear some people that has applied. Unfortunately, my father has to pass on while waiting for the process. What is the backlog of that application so that we know how many more are we expecting to grow this, and how far are we going, and how are we going to maintain this in the future? The other one I'm trying to borrow from my sister who was here, was trying to ask about all these interventions in terms of, are we just trying to maintain, or are we tracking the graduation process of people getting out of poverty because of this assistance? And if we have that statistics, what are those statistics? How much are we graduating people out of the condition in which they are qualifying to be assisted? I'm taking this because currently, National Youth Council, we are working with a great assistance from UNDESA. We have assisted the young people from the marginalized communities in establishing their national organization for them to be integrated into youth development. And when we are looking at their current national executive, we are really impressed because of young people that has been elected in this national executive being graduates of the young people from the marginalized community, which is a great work when you are looking at the quality of how they are producing their own documents and they are providing their leadership with that. We are really grateful with that successful rate. So I'm trying to get to all these national programs. What is the success rate and how are we graduating people out of poverty?
Thank you. It looks like there are no more questions. I'll answer one. I'll ask Benafina to answer the one on veterans. In terms of graduating approach, in terms of the successes, most of, I must admit that in most cases, some of our programs did not have an inbuilt component of graduation. However, we have some that has an automatic graduation. For example, your child grant to kick you out once you reach the age limits. And of course, the same will be for those that are going to benefit from the conditional basic income grant. Who have certain criteria to qualify people that, for example, or to exit and kick out people that are either employed or automatically they will get out if they get some better opportunities that offer them a better life. But in addition to that, of course, if you reach then the age of 60, you then fall off the burden, this burden of government, and fall on the other of not old age grant. Yeah, but it's a valid question in terms of sustainability, and that has always been an issue when we are going to cabinet to motivate for any of the social grants or interventions of social nature. We have always been asked, are you creating dependency? You don't want people to work, and when is it going to end? And of course, it's always linked to the resources that are available. But as part of the social protection implementation, we have again built in an element of graduation. And of course, that will then invite them to do an assessment of our beneficiaries. As I said, there are certain programs that government is engaged in, but there are still rumors out there that we are either wasting or the beneficiaries are wasting and not efficiently utilizing the resources of government. Did I sufficiently answer? Thank you. Benafina Aces, I tell her her brand name is somewhere else, but yeah, today she's talking to us on veterans.
Okay. Good afternoon. I've introduced myself already from Veterans Affairs. There was a question with regard to the number of beneficiaries on the grants displayed at 18,000 plus. I don't now have the grant as at today is what, 19? They'll get paid tomorrow. I'll give it through at the later stage if I get the exact figure. But basically, those are the qualifying grant beneficiaries, because there is a qualifying criteria. First of all, you need to have the status. And then number two, that's now veteran status that you need to apply for, because to be granted that status, there are qualifying criteria in terms of the act and the contributions to the struggle. So after obtaining the status, you have to apply for the financial assistance again, because there's qualifying criteria. It's basically unemployment status, or if employed, there's a threshold of an annual income below which the salary should be for the veteran then to qualify for the monthly grant. Again, also, there's the additional grant that was displayed, which is the improvement welfare grant for a specific category of persons that were militarily trained and deployed at the front, which means war-related areas where they were physically participating in the war, or either they were imprisoned as a result of their activities. So those are the qualifying criteria, first of all. The number most of the time goes up. A very small percentage that would exit, because the monthly grant is inheritable to survived spouses and dependents under the age of 18 years. Although there's age criteria in terms of dependents up to the age of 18 years, with the exception of those that would then uninterrupted continue to college, we are working on a maximum age, because that is open currently in terms of what is the maximum age if they now uninterrupted continue beyond 18, but the cutoff basically for dependents is 18. And dependence was defined already, biological relations and legal adopted relations. And then, of course, for the survived spouses, there's also a period of either 10 years or, if earlier, when they remarry or die. So that figure that was reflected was with regard to the qualifying beneficiaries, and not necessarily all the veterans by registration and status granted. And I made reference to the inheritance where we spoke about, where I said about dependents, children under the age of 18, with the exception of those that now suffer either mental or physical disabilities. And that is where the issue of double benefiting also came out in some of the presentations here, that we also need to look at, because you would then have a dependent benefiting as a result of that qualifying criteria, from Veterans Affairs, but equally also would benefit from the Ministry of Gender. And then, of course, the spouses, survived spouses, it also is an area that we are looking into in terms of the rationale behind the payment of that one. Currently, the challenge is that it's being paid on the basis of the merit certificate and not necessarily on the legal responsibility of maintenance between spouses, because you do have cases where people have been living apart to the extent that some of them have continued with life, other partners, children were even born from such relationships. But upon the death of the veteran, the survived spouse would come with a certificate, you know, and then claim maintenance or the inheritance portion, which obviously is shareable between the survived spouse and the dependents under 18 in percentages of 55 and 45% respectively. So yeah, that's that one. While I have the floor, I just wanted to also indicate with regard to the funeral benefit, that the funeral benefit has a maximum amount as far as the deceased veterans are concerned. So if a deceased veteran was also a recipient of the social grants of old age or the disability, where they also then would qualify for funeral benefit, then the contributions from Veterans Affairs would be the difference in amount of that maximum. So every time the funeral contribution under the social programs increases, our contribution would reduce to keep within the maximum from treasury allocations. Yeah, so I think that is what I wanted to add on. Yeah, so the question of the backlog, from the example that was given, I take it's with regard to status. We don't have a backlog necessarily, because any aspiring veteran, that's the reference that we have for those that claim to have contributed to the activities of the liberation, are required to then apply through the process. We had, since the establishment of the ministry in 2006 by order, but the activity started after the Act came into force in 2008. We had a number of registration processes. And yes, we are aware of people who still claim that they had contributed in one way or the other and are demanding for registration. It's an issue that the registration process for now has been put on hold pending cabinet directive in that regard, because you may agree that the liberation struggle was within a specific period. It's a defined group of people, either you were part of the process or you were not part of the process. There are no new graduates to the process, you know, so looking at the period of 2008 when registration started and we had mass registration throughout the country, and the last mass registration was 2012, you would ask yourself as to where these people have been. And when they say where they have been, these are just people that have just been within, you know, the communities, not to say that they've been elsewhere. There is, in the process of registration, there is provision in the Act for appeal for those that are disgruntled by the decision of disapproval. And the appeal processes also find that at times, because it's a very interrogative process, it's headed by a magistrate and others that are knowledgeable on the activities of the struggle. And it's a very interrogative process, and at times people do admit to having taken chances, having mastered stories of others and making it their own. But when the questions become very detailed, they somehow concede to saying, I was trying my luck. So there's that question also to say, those who are now claiming to say, I contributed and I want to be registered. And there's quite a number that we are aware of, but we have not done an enlistment process to know what the number is of such claims of persons who still want to be registered. That's why I'm saying we don't have a backlog as such, but we are aware of such claims. And there will be soon a submission to Cabinet in that regard, so that Cabinet can pronounce itself. I know Ministry of Finance, whenever budget submissions are made, are saying, can't you people finalize this process to know your clients that you deal with, so that you have got specific submissions that you are making? Why do you still have continuous registration when you have a defined group of people? So in that regard also, soon a submission will be made so that we have a directive. Yeah, I hope I answered.
Sorry. You needed not to do that.
Yeah. The other day I called a retired magistrate, because I got a letter, or at least through my ED's office, to respond to. And it was claims about not being paid a certain grant, just through some kind of a declaration or something. So I said, okay, this whole big magistrate is now just claiming through, supposed to know what the law says and the provisions to say you have to apply for whatever benefit is there. He's now just writing and complaining. So I pick up the phone, I say, let me speak to this big magistrate. So I call, I greet, and the response sounded like somebody who was either sleepy or very sickly. But the moment I introduced myself, where I'm calling from, the voice was all of a sudden upbeat to say, oh, yeah. I said, so I was just teasing to say, oh, you had a very, when you had the name veteran, you were now alive. So I'm just saying this to say, when it is veteran issues, I know it raises a lot of questions because there are so many issues of interest. But I will also try to respond to something that the veterans themselves or either the relatives would want to know. And that is currently the famous, I would call it that one, the payment of the cash amount in lieu of the individual veterans projects, which were aimed at empowering veterans to engage in economic activities, to be able to sustain themselves and then those that they are responsible for. It was a program that was in the form of procuring whatever items that a veteran had submitted as part of the business proposal, and for them then to engage in that economic activity. Cabinet resolved in December 2021, because of so many complaints that reached all the offices from head of state to any office, to rather pay a cash amount, a once-off cash amount in lieu of these projects. Initially, the maximum, depending on the type of project, was at 200,000. It could be anything between 1,000 and 200,000, depending on the type of proposal that was submitted. But the cabinet decision was then to say all those up until that time that are still waiting. And that is where we have a big backlog, because these are applications that were received. They were approved after assessment of viability, approved but pending funds because of inadequate allocations. That all those projects that up until the time of the decision were not yet funded would then be paid out a cash amount. However, the directive was to say they should then be queued in terms of the dates of application that these projects were submitted. So yeah, there's this impatience. We understand the drought that was referred to COVID that was referred to, economic recession, life is really very tough. And when people look around, especially the veterans, that's the only lifeline that they kind of see for themselves. And there's added pressure on government to speed up the payment of this cash amount. But within the funds that are availed, that's the only thing that we can do, is to follow the cabinet directive of first in, first out. Of course, the minister does have the prerogative to direct on merit some cases that do warrant to be considered prior to the date of application. But that's also one of the programs, and that's the one that we really have got a big backlog to attend to. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your intervention just shows some of the political sensitivities that come with social protection programs, right? You have a very passionate group. I know I'm from Zimbabwe. The issue of veterans and their benefits is also something that has defined who we are as a country. So those issues are very, very important. But in Namibia, you just discovered oil, right? You see you've joined OPEC. So the 2.7% you are spending, you might want to think and double it, right? But maybe once you start exporting oil, and things will get better. So now I know we have 1 hour left, so let's just go ahead and have Monica, and then we can finish. And then I know there's coffee and tea at the back. You can get up and pick up your coffee. So Monica, we have 1 hour left. Maybe you can just focus on the Namibian MPI, and then you can introduce what the participants will probably do, and then we can focus on the rest tomorrow.
Perfect. Can you please stop sharing your screen in order that I can share mine?
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, how is everyone? Has been a long day.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to be quick in order that you have like some time to discuss, and tomorrow morning we can continue doing this. So I'm going to present the Namibia MPI. I shared with the team the report that you can use as a reference in order that you have some information regarding the Namibia MPI. So let me just share my screen. Please let me know when you see my presentation. Can you see my screen? Great. So just like really quick, the Namibia MPI. So the purpose of the Namibia MPI was to update multidimensional poverty statistics and inform policy and programs designs and implementation. So it's quite key for what we are trying to do in here. Also, the MPI can guide coordinating policy actors with several offices, ministries, and agencies, and provide a clear goals and targets for each of the indicators. So we are going to talk a little bit about how we can coordinate
Monica,
policies. Yep.
Monica, just a second. People are just grabbing coffee. Just give us 1 minute, and they can sit down and then.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just let me know.
Okay. Otherwise, I don't know whether you want some coffee. We can send some coffee to you as well.
Bring me, like, I imagine you have like wonderful lunch, and I was like here just wishing to be there.
I know. But we are almost there. I think we can continue, right?
Okay, perfect. So just like I was saying, like the Namibian MPI has two main goals. The first one is to guide and coordinate policies and implementation of the national policies and aspects that have been implemented for different organizations in the country. So it's really key this part of the purposes because it will help us like to identify which are the different institutions working on the reduction of multidimensional poverty. And the second one is like also like to provide what is the situation of multidimensional poverty in the country. And this situation of multidimensional poverty can be disaggregated by groups, by regions, by different areas, rural, urban, by different indicators. So we can also know who are deprived in what and what are the different deprivations. So that's the purpose of the national MPI in Namibia. It was an MPI that was like the National Statistics Office was the one who was leading, but there were like organizations and different institutions participating in the discussions of the indicators. As someone mentioned before, like sometimes when we are measuring not only multidimensional poverty, but other indicators, we are limited by the type of data and the availability of the data. So we need to realize that maybe there were like a lot of indicators that we wanted to include, especially indicators on employment. However, the Household Income and Expenditure Survey, that was the survey that was chosen for this task to compute the national MPI, did not include indicators on those areas. So when we analyze the structure has three dimensions and 10 indicators. So you have 11 indicators. So you have in the dimension of education that you have in here, it's a dimension where you have two indicators, school attendance and years of schooling. In school attendance, you're going to say that a household is deprived if at least one school-age child is not attending to school. And in years of education or years of schooling, if a household is deprived, if all household members age 16 or more do not have not completed 7 years of education. So in here, if there is one household member who has 7 years of education, the household will not be deprived. We also have the living standard dimension that includes access to the clean source of water, sanitation, housing, transportation assets, ICT assets, and cooking and lighting energy. So in here, you have indicators at the household level where we follow international standards like for access to clean source of water with SDG number 6, and also for sanitation. And also you have like indicators that combine two indicators. For example, in the cooking and lighting energy, a house is deprived if it uses unclean sources for cooking and lighting. So if you use one or the other, will not be deprived. And finally, the health dimension that includes 3 indicators. It has access to clinics, access food security, and child nutrition. So these 3 indicators are part of the health dimension. If you realize we have something that is called the dimension weight in here, that every dimension weighs 1/3. So every dimension will have the same importance. But if you realize in here in the indicator weight, not all the indicators have the same weight. There are some indicators that have higher weight than others. For example, in the case of school attendance weight 2 times what the years of schooling indicator weights. This means that a household who has at least one child or a school-age child that is not attending to school will have a higher probability of being multidimensionally poor compared to a household where there is no household or no adult who doesn't have education. And the same happened with the indicators in access to healthcare. In here, like food security or child nutrition weighs 2 times what it will weight access to clinics and hospitals. And in clinics and hospitals, a household is deprived if a hospital or clinic is more than 20 kilometers of distance or more than 30 minutes away from home. So if the household is deprived in that indicator, will have the weight of if the household is deprived in food security. So we are giving more weight to aspects related with nutrition and food security compared with access to clinics and hospitals. And this is something that is it's common to see in national MPIs, and it's important to see it because when we analyze the results, like we will see, and it will show you in here, that these indicators will have a higher contribution to the MPI. So when we see the results in here, it's not 4.3, it's 43%. So the incidence of multidimensional poverty using a poverty line of 30%. So a household who is deprived in 30% or more of the indicators will be multidimensionally poor. So 43% of the population in Namibia are multidimensionally poor. 44% is the incidence. So on average, those who are multidimensionally poor face almost half of the indicators, and the MPI is 0.191. One thing that if you see like the poverty rate with income poverty, if I'm correct, is 70%. So usually multidimensional poverty shows higher levels of higher levels of poverty compared with income poverty. And this is mainly given because we are capturing different dimensions of poverty that are associated with access to different services. And in here, what you see in this figure, I hope you can see it well in the screen, what we can see is that deprivations such as sanitation, also transportation assets, and cooking and lighting energy are the 3 deprivations that have the highest percentage of people who are deprived and multidimensionally poor. So people in Namibia are facing these deprivations in a higher percentage. But when we analyze what are the contributions of the indicators to the MPI, which are those indicators that are really creating multidimensional poverty, we see that the indicator related with food security and child nutrition are the 2 indicators with the highest the highest contribution. This means that those are the dimensions, are the aspects that we are giving higher weight and are contributing the most. This is given because these deprivations are higher than 20%. So it's like almost 1/5 of the population in Namibia is deprived in food security. So it's facing food insecurity, and at least 1 child is also undernourished, but also because we give a higher weight. So we are saying these indicators are really important. So now in the exercise, when I ask you, like, let's try to map what are the actors and what are the principles, think about the previous presentation where they were like saying, okay, we have different social assistance programs. Some are like cash transfers, but others are in-kind transfers, like food, school feeding programs. Those programs are directly in trying to affect food insecurity and child nutrition indicators. Another thing that we have in here is that we can compute, and this is related with the disaggregation that we have with the multidimensional poverty. So in here, we can compute the MPI, not at the national level, but disaggregated by regions. So if you see, there are regions like Kavango West, that are the region that almost 8 in 10 people are multidimensional poor. Meanwhile, you go to the other extreme, where you have Erongo, that is like 16% of the population. So less than 2 people in 10 of 10 are multidimensionally poor. So you see that there is like an inequality in the distribution of access to services and basic needs and opportunities across Namibia. And this is something that is really important, especially when you are planning social protection programs. And maybe when you are doing the exercise, also think on how the programs, and we can discuss this tomorrow, is how the programs that they just presented about from social protection and the programs from the institutions where you work are distributed across the country? Are they equally distributed? All the regions are receiving the same amount of resources, or you are prioritizing different resources or different regions according to the levels of poverty? Because this is an important thing. Like, we can have like everyone receives the same, but probably there are different regions that have like higher priorities because there is more people who are living in multidimensional poverty, or because all the people who are living in there are poorer than the others. So it's important to acknowledge this. In here, what we see as well is like the distribution or the composition of the multidimensional poverty for households with and without children. So in here, what we have is that for those households who have children, like the indicators related to nutrition and food security have a contribution higher than the 30% to the MPI. Meanwhile, in households or with adults, this contribution is a little bit lower than 30%. One thing that also is important is like sometimes we see that there are not important difference between the contributions from one side to another. So I think in there, the next step, it will be like, okay, maybe there's not like massive difference between adults and children, but maybe what is happening is that children are living in households where adults are also deprived in these indicators, or children are living in households like there is an equal distribution, or children are always living, 2 children and 2 adults. So we also need to understand the demographics in order to understand what are the different characteristics. So having like child benefits will not only affect the child, but also will benefit the adults, or having adult benefits, depending on the type of benefit, will also have a spillover effect on the children. So we need to really understand how these different compositions of different benefits can affect not only individuals, but also household members. Another thing in here, and this is similar to the one that I just presented, but this is like in a map, is that we can see that the north of Namibia is the poorest, meanwhile the south of Namibia is the one that has better conditions. So maybe what you can see, and tomorrow we'll present one example of a country where they use mapping in order to know if the distribution of benefits were it agreed, or it were like concordant with the number of people who were multidimensionally poor. Because most of the time we have assumptions, so we assume that they were like unequal, like the poor living in specific parts, and unless we have the data, we cannot take decisions that are informed. And in here, we have that in the case of Namibia, you have like difference between rural and urban areas. Urban areas are the blue line, and rural areas are the yellow line. And if you see in most of the indicators, rural areas, or in all the indicators, rural areas are really high. So in the case of indicators like sanitation or transportation assets or cooking fuel and lighting, we know that those indicators are affecting mainly to rural areas. In the case of here, like drinking water, rural areas have a problem. In urban areas, there is not a problem related with this indicator. Like urban areas have already checked like the achievements of this indicator. Meanwhile, rural areas need like programs that are like really concerned about access to clean source of water and clean source of and improved sanitation. And if you have these, and it's possible for you to have these profiles like this for each of the regions. And you will realize that each of the regions will have a different distribution of needs. So usually regions that are the poorest, like the one in here, that it will be in the north, will have like higher percentage of people living in rural areas, probably, and will have higher deprivations in all the indicators. Because in order to have deprivations or the incidence of poverty that are close to 80%, you really need to be deprived in a lot of indicators. So a lot of people need to be deprived in the indicators. And if you see this green graph in here, this is the intensity. So this is like the average number of deprivations that people who are multidimensional poor face. So in this case, you see that not only this area is the poorest, had the highest number of poor, but also it has the highest average number of deprivations. So poor people who are living in that area, or people who are living in that area, are poorer, and have or a higher percentage are poor, and those who are poor are facing more deprivation. So if you think about prioritizing things, this will be an area that you can prioritize. Maybe some of you will tell me like, yeah, but that area, reaching there, it's really expensive. Services are really expensive because it's a desertic area, and I'm not sure like or is as a remote area, or people live in rural. It's really dispersed, so the density is really low, so it's really expensive. But that doesn't mean that you don't need to reach there. It means that you need different approach in order to reach to that to those people who are living in there, because most of them are facing multidimensional poverty. So with this in mind, the task that I'm going to give you is that you are going to have groups. So I'm going to, in order to facilitate the life for everyone, please use the same groups that you are having in your tables. So we're going to have these, like, I know it's 4:20 in there, so we just have like the next 40 minutes in order to do this. And we are going to do 2 activities. The first one, that is the only one that we are going to do today, is that you are going to prepare a presentation. You can prepare a presentation in like a short, really short presentation. But what I want is first to spend time discussing the following questions. The first one is make a list of all national and region local programs that you think that are related with social protection. So I did a screenshot of the presentation that we were doing before. So this is some of the programs, but also imagine programs that are in other institutions that are not in social protection or not related with cash transfers. So imagine, for example, I don't know, if you have housing programs, or if you have programs to increase the access to clean sources of energy, or programs to increase access to clean sources of water or sanitation, or programs that is like free school fees or something like that. Programs that are related with different aspects of social protection, but not only cash programs. So that's the first thing that you're going to do, like make as a comprehensive list. Just think about all the things that come to your mind. Don't worry if they are, don't stand like thinking like maybe this is social protection or is not. Just include all the programs that you can understand or you think that will be related with social protection. Then you are going to identify the institutions. So if you say, okay, we have a housing program. Okay, so the housing program is delivered by the Ministry of Housing. So the Ministry of Housing is the one who is planning the program, and they are going to implement the program. But they don't implement the program, they think the policy. So the ones who implement the program are the institutions in this part or this specific institution. So you start like mapping these institutions. Don't worry if, because we know that we don't have all the knowledge, but the idea is that tomorrow when we do this presentation, we can make like a puzzle in there and put all the pieces together. So map all these programs. So first the programs and then all the institutions. And try to do like a table. You can do like a small table, an Excel table or a paper table where you have the program, the institutions. And also try to identify the person if you know. If you don't know, that's it. So it will be the person or the group of people who are going to work on that specific. And after that, you include and you go back to the MPI and see how those programs match with the MPI. So if you have like, if we only do with this one, so we have child grants. So child grants, or we have a school feeding programs, that's easier. So we have school feeding programs that affects food security and also child nutrition. We also have like most of the like livelihood programs. So maybe these affects like asset ownership or something like that. So try to have a lot of imagination and a lot of the things that can bring. And my suggestion is think about, like this is a good map, but think about just this one, that the Namibian social protection, like try to bring other programs and other institutions into the map. And once we have that, it will be quite easy to identify what are the protection or the gaps that we have, if there are any indicator in the MPI that it's not in there. And also maybe you identify programs that have not been identified in the previous presentation. So this is the task that you have. I hope that you have the slides, or that you are able to take a picture of the slides. I will leave it like that. So please go in your groups, stand up, stretch a little bit, like start doing like the mapping. We're going to have like this 35 minutes, and tomorrow from 9 to 9 30, we will have time for discussion. So try to map the actors in order that we understand who are providing services and who doesn't and how these interact. I don't know if there is any question related to the task.
Yeah. Any questions? It's pretty much straightforward, right? You can sit on your tables, the same groups that we have, and what you can think of and just put it down. And then tomorrow we go over the list and we try to complete the exercise. Any questions? If you want Monica to clarify. Can you repeat step 3? Monica?
Sorry?
Can you repeat step 3? Huh? 3 and 4.
Okay, so once you have identified the programs and the actors, you're going to take the MPI indicators that I showed you before, and you're going to map them. So if you have like housing, as I mentioned, you have like housing programs. So you're going to say, oh, in housing programs, I have these indicators, and you just include it in there. That's the only thing that you need to do in number 3. And the number 4 is once you have that, you are going to say, okay, these are the indicators. So these are the aspects that are missing. Maybe you have identified a lot of indicators related to health, or a lot of programs related to health, but there are programs lacking in employment. So you are going to say, okay, maybe in here we have like a gap, or you have identified indicators or a lot of programs related to health and employment and condition and social transfer, but there is nothing related with electricity, with access to a clean source of electricity. So in there we are going to map. That's what we are going to do. And the final one is like just to think about like how all these programs are related with the things that they just presented us. So are they related or not, or they are lacking, or how we can really make the connection? Is that better?
Yeah, basically the issue of coordination, right? Either horizontal or vertical. That's what she's kind of speaking to. So it's just a mapping exercise. What do you think you know? Just put it up, and then we'll discuss tomorrow. Any other clarifications that you might need? I think we are good, Monica. So, okay. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow. Thank you very much. And let me know if you have any question.
Right, is that okay, right? Yeah, so 9 a.m. I think we start, but otherwise you're free to sit in the room and do it, or you can sit outside, you can take a break. If you are staying at the same place, you can just continue and do the mapping wherever you are. But the key is we'll want you to do the presentations tomorrow, what you guys have put together. I think that's what's key. And then I'll leave Mamusa to make some basic important life and security transfers and
actually,
social protection programs.
We start at 8:30 actually for tea, but the meeting itself will start at 9 o'clock. Then in terms of your DSA, we have been told by the bank that it will be ready tomorrow. So please bear with us. I hope where you are staying, they are not going to kick you out because there's no DSA. Just assure them that you'll get it tomorrow. Social indeed. Okay, so tomorrow 8:30. Hello. We are suggesting that we combine the tables so that we have fewer groups, which will help us to save time tomorrow in the presentation. So maybe this table can join this one, if that's okay. This table is even bigger at the back. Do you mind really joining that table? You're fine.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi. When I say hi, you answer with hello, ne? Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Smart learners. So there's a suggestion appreciating Monica's presentation on understanding the exercise, interpreted on our table as step 1, we list all the programs that we know. We came here very fortunate that just last week, the Ministry of Gender released the booklet on social protection programs. So we know a lot of programs, a lot of them. They have, I don't know, how many pages is that book, Memaita? As seen by Tatana Shandi's presentation. We can either pretend to not have seen it and try to think from our minds, maybe to limit us, but we have access to the programs. So exercise 1, it's a cheating situation. Step 2, to list who are the institutions that are implementing. Also, we are cheating there because we are copying from there realistically. So the true assignment is on step 3, going downwards. I got overwhelmed by when we were doing the booklet that we have over 30 programs categorized in social assistance, social insurance, and. My fear, which is going to lead to the suggestion, is if we each group, no matter how you combine us, are going to look at them holistically, we are going to have to answer that question for 30 plus. We'll stop on 5, 6, depending on our speed. But we could, now that we have 1 and 2 as an open book, allocate the programs as they are in the book to certain groups. The idea is to also benefit from how you interpreted the same thing and how they interpreted the same thing. So maybe 2 groups can be given a certain, like look at social assistance, program 1, 2, 3, 4. The same group does English now. Group 1 and 2 does the same thing, so we can benefit from how they looked at the same school feeding and how we look at the same school feeding. Then we move in the list to allocate to the other groups. That way, we can benefit from all of them, feasible in the time available, without, overworking ourselves. So I'm suggesting that we get allocated particular programs that we look at now that we know which programs are there.
We are in a democracy. By a show of hands, we go with a proposal.
No. Before I propose, what are we losing if we go that route?
Nothing. I think from my understanding of what she wants to do, she just wanted to see if the various actors from the various ministries are aware of most of these programs. But for you guys who put the booklet together, you actually know, right? But from the initial survey we did, right, some of the results indicated that not everyone was aware of some other things. But for me, it's all about what you guys really want to benefit from this whole exercise, right? If you feel like you're not as empowered as yet to know most of those programs that were presented by the director, and you still want to do the brainstorming, I think it would still be a good thing, but we are flexible.
By show of hand, who participated in the booklet workshops? On that note, close the booklet and we go to... On that note, we can comfortably close the booklet and do this exercise like we didn't know, because only about 3, 4 participated in that intensive process of the booklet, meaning they would know so much. Yes, ma'am. You'll open
it. Can we remove the booklet online? No.
Just being realistic with what the context looks like, and
so, Mr. Director, come. I think you make your final decision.
Please.
It's your team. We want you to feel which way you want to go. Oh, you can guide us. we are flexible.
Yeah, I think, colleagues, which one works best for you? The first suggestion the first request by Monica. By Monica, eh? Okay. So we will, okay. By Gloria. But you all know, shows.
Glory to Gloria.
Okay, so Gloria. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, Martha, you want to allocate already? Yeah. Yes. Please. Uh-huh. Oh, you are fast. So then,
they might not get to 30, but
okay, so then okay, let's just leave it then.
And maybe why don't you, let's break into two groups. Those who want to brainstorm and just come up with their own list, maybe you do it. And those who want to open the booklet can do it.
Yeah.
Right? And then we can test the different levels of mapping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are good. And then
Martha is trying to share Monica's presentation. So I can prepare to if you need to.